Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. On YouTube, no copyright infringement issues. Can't have that. None at all, none at all, none at all. It is Friday, June 6th. It is Ja Day. I don't know where Ja, don't tell me Ja went back to sleep. All right, it is Ja's birthday. We wait for her to come on in. ¿Cómo estás? To Alexia, indeed, right, Ozzy? You know I'm looking at Alexia side-eyed, right? Where's she at? All right, it is Friday, June 6th. Welcome to another edition, another episode of Coffee and Tow World News on the Go. Oh boy, 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Tow comes to you live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. Well, I should just say 9 a.m. on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. And MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. We are live on TikTok starting at 9:15 a.m. and YouTube at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Coffee and Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com. Also brought to you in part by Grand Coffee House. Shop today at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code CoffeeInTow20 at checkout to get 20% off all, yes, ALL, all coffee products. Happy Friday once again. Hope everyone is doing well. Hope you all had a wonderful week. You're ready for the weekend. Whether you're not working or you're going to be working, make the best of it. All right, just make the best of it. All right, business out the way. Y'all keeping up with the madness that's going on. I think it's a distraction. I honestly think what's going on is a huge distraction. Whenever there is something at the forefront that is taking our attention, we're all taken up with it. Something is getting passed in the dead of night. That's just how they roll, right? But yeah, what can I say? They say look for the silver lining in everything. I would like to thank the President of the United States of America, the entire Republican administration, Elon Musk et al., for the wonderful entertainment that we have. We're properly entertained. We thank you for the laughs because that is extending our life. They say the more you laugh, the longer you live. So I want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right? And I'm not being facetious. SNL won't have much trouble putting a script together. Hey, sweet C, thank you. Won't have much trouble putting a script together. Not at all. They have all the content that they need, and they could pretty much do a 24-hour. As a matter of fact, they could do a show today, tomorrow, Sunday, and still have content left over. Ah, hey, let me tell you something though. Washington is a wash with. So there's a shocking exclusive. Senators Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal, excuse me. So they went to Kiev the other day. Remember that? Oh, they had a time. They had a time. Lavish hotel bill. I thought Kiev was flattened. What's really good? Jam, and I talk to you. You make me throw a party for you this morning. And you're not sure. I don't know how it's your party and you not even show up to the people them party. Happy birthday, Ja. Yeah, me open the club. Me open the club this morning. VIP, not even VIP. VVIP. Bottles and all. It was on and popping, and you're coming in here. You're lucky it's your birthday. I'll forgive you.
You know us Caribbean people show up late all the time. I'm sorry. Thank you. I literally have been in the shower for 45 minutes.
Oh, why y'all wash off, so? Tasha, please send her a package. Because I think we need to replenish.
No, I actually have an order in. I didn't put my card in yet, but yeah. I was washing my hair. You know, when you have locks, you can't wash your hair like you used to. So when I get in the shower, I'm getting it done in an hour or so. Before I go, I always wash my own hair because I just love the water running down, and let me not be too vivid, because, okay, good, James is not in the room. So when the water is running down on you and, you're just rubbing your scalp and everything, it just feels so good. The time got away from me. I'm sorry.
Rubbing your scalp. Okay.
Rubbing everything, but especially my scalp, because with locks, which you wash every 4 weeks, every 3.5 weeks, whatever. So
that's your story.
Yeah,
you're sticking to it.
I can't. You want me to come on camera? Or
no. You and I are on the same wavelength, because I was thinking the same thing. Look what Ozzy put in the chat.
Look, I don't have my glasses on. What did he say?
Put your glasses on so you can read it. Ozzy said the scalp, that's what they're calling it now.
Look, you see?
Yeah, we see that, but
you see I'm in a towel?
Yeah, but okay, we see that, but that's what they're calling it now to Ozzy, because she said rubbing everything, right? Didn't she say that, Ozzy?
Scalp, that's what they Okay, I'm going to get off camera in case I drop the towel by accident.
Yes. We can't have no Ivan shows over here. Listen, you know something, folks? Me not there for judge nobody. I'm not judging Ivan. Ivan, my girl. Tell me what me can do, because $30,000 in less than 5 days? Girl, you're good to rotted. You're good as gold. I'm not judging her. She doing what she gotta do. Me over here struggle for paying my bills then. Me over here I struggle to pay the things them just to keep caffeine toe going.
You and me both. I missed?
I was told the other day that I need to consider shutting this down, because this hobby ain't working out for me. Why am I putting so much time and effort into it and me now make a dollar out of it? I don't know that me thinking when I saw Ivan videos. I haven't seen the video, but all the videos on TikTok talking about it, and then yesterday I see one video where I think she said she make 30,000 already. I said blouse and skirt. Me I waste my time with the whole on up on TikTok. Where news I go? Where good name I go? Where reputation I go? Where character I go? Where moral? Where my moral campus I care me go. It only give me good name, nothing else. Me I struggle for pay my bills them. In the words of what you call it? Players Club. Use what you got to get what you want. I don't know if it's too late for me.
Girl, there's nothing wrong with a good name. And at the end of the day, don't the money always materialize somehow when you need it?
Yeah, the people them said I'm gonna cut me off. The people them said I'm is cutting me off. I'm a liability.
Mm-mm.
The people them give me until the end of the year for make something happen. So I'm considering my options. I might head over to OF. Y'all know I ain't going nowhere, right?
It took me a minute to figure out what that acronym was, but I got it now. I know James will pay.
Una not gonna send me over there. No. Una not gonna send me over there. Una not going to know is me over there. Not at all. So let me hear what she's have to say. Hold on. Let me hear what Ivan has to say.
This is off. Why they give me so much? I want they should teach me.
Hold on. She has a video where she's talking about. I need to find the video because I'm gonna tell her something. Girl, me not judge you. Do what you have to do, my girl, because at the end of the day, I know me I pay your mortgage, I know me I pay your car note for your Benz, I know me I help you look after your pitney. When you stop doing it, me not have a dollar for you. So let me drink my coffee and mind my business. The video viral over there. Okay, yeah. She said she don't have any shame in her game. She'll be going live on June 18th. I'm not promoting Ivani. I'm not getting paid to promote Ivani, but I read on my super TikTok. She'll be going live on June 18th on OF. You can check her out over there. Check it out while you can, because here what gonna happen now, people. If we're not careful, there is a bill tabled to ban that sort of thing in the US. So for those of you who are looking for entertainment, there you have it. Let me hear what Chef with the dollar say. Hold on there a second.
When they see me come out and do my thing, talk about me some more, because baby, trust me, that do so much for me. And let's talk about the mystical situation. Because me adjust everything and then go about my business. Let's talk about mystical. When Mystical and I was friends, she always let me for do that. Thank you, baby. She always let me for do that work there. And I always say, no. Yeah, you shame your shit. Pause. Y'all are so crazy. How can a person be shamed about backflash when I was the one who put all of this out? Are you dumb? Shame. Check me back in 3 hours. And a big jungle. 1 a.m. Guys, if you not follow me panty, go over there. I'm just waiting on my new toys right now. I come here, go little more in the kitchen. Thank you, baby. Later on in the kitchen, pure problem. And I'm getting my new toy that I'm waiting on. How am I supposed to be shamed? The more you talk, the more I post. The more I post, the more income. We're going 30K USD already in 4 days. Nice. I'm not, I still, but I just have to tell that so it can't hurt me. I look at them, I tell you how much you make your head hurt. Imagine when my man come June 18, I will go up on live. And I can prove the 30K too, because I've been proving everything. What? I'm for shame. Remember, you know, there's a lot of people on it. Me hear not talk about this girl named Shuli. One girl must name Shuli over there. I'm not hearing and them say she tell her story on TikTok. I don't know her. I want to tell me about her. I'm not hearing no trouble she, but as me go over there, it's a problem. As me go over there, it's
Oh Jesus. The girl. Why? Wow. Me, I wonder if me all right, Tasha. Me, I wonder if my parents did raise me right. I don't think them did raise me with ambition. Because if me did have ambition, I wouldn't be here with. But like an ambition, it look like. I'm here panka-pankaing along. But I saw another video where she said she has a plan, she has a goal, and once she has accomplished that goal, that is it. But is it easy to walk away from? I don't know if I should call it easy money, because to do that, you have to be creative. You have to be creative to be in that industry, to be in that world. If you want to keep the coins coming, you have to think of the next thing to do to hold people's attention. No. She says she has a plan, she has a goal, and once she hits that goal, she knows what she's going to do. I will say this, in another video, another clip, she did give sound advice. She did. She said the problem with a lot of people is that they waste their money. They do what they need to do to make the money, and then they waste the money, because she was also given an example of a young woman over on OF who made some 30 something $1,000 in one night. Blouse and skirt. Hold on, let me really rethink my life. Stop for a second, girl. $30,000 in one night.
So I got two questions.
Hold on, the jam, I process this. $30,000 in one night. $2 in a 5 hours on TikTok. Hold on a second. 30,000 one night. $2 from TikTok in 5 hours. 30,000 one night. $2 TikTok. 5 hours. Then Ja, what do you do? No me.
I ain't answering that question.
No, but why you answer it, Ja? Nothing, Candy.
The math is not going to math depending on what type of life you want to live.
Me want good life too.
Okay, two questions. Where does this woman live? United States or
Yeah,
overseas?
she's in the States. She's in the States.
Okay, so why tell Uncle Sam how much money you making? Why brag about it? Because Uncle Sam taking half of that. So technically, she only making 15, maybe 14 or 13,500. Okay.
All right. So let's say she's making half of that, Ja. Okay, $2 to 15,000. $2 in 5 hours when we sit on your pan TikTok versus $15,000 after taxes for one night. Then what do you do? Not me.
I don't know.
See, Dada say, yeah, we all try to do the math. Now there comes a time when I really have to sit down. I remember when before my father died, when he was alive. One time I said to him, boy, Daddy, if me did younger, you know, say strip club me gone still and say, my dear. Because them understand say, and you got to do what you got to do. Because when me can't feed my pitney them, and me got defects and tell them, say me apply for food stamp and assistance. Then want me blood type, me urine analysis, then want me do all kind of things. And then turn around and tell us, say you're not qualified. Who are going to feed me pitney them for me? Me go up on the intersection and stand up with a bucket. Everybody drive by. What am I do? Judge me. Me call my friend them. Me call my family them. What am I gonna say? Me not have it. So what me fi do? Let me pay them stuff. And I'm not saying, no, I don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not saying that is the way to go. And I'm trying to put myself in someone else's shoes for a minute and try to understand. When the rent is $2,500 and the income what you make is $3,000, you have light bill for pay, water bill for pay, phone bill for pay, daycare for take care of. The maths now maths. The maths ain't nothing. So what do I look at a person and say to them? Because me not have it figured them for feed them picnic. Me not have it figured them for pay their light bill. Do I scorn them? Do I look down on them? Or do I pray for them that they will be safe, make it through, accumulate what they need to accumulate so they can adjust sales, set up a business, and change them life. They don't have to go back to that. Nobody talk about the food gone up. Yes, Patsy. Even if the government take 3/4, I'm still good. I said to my husband the other day, and I said, listen, right about now, Tootsie's down in Miami looking real good. Just come with me as my security. They are laugh, but a serious thing. But back to what she said, the advice she was giving, she said, you have to have a plan. And when you get the money, not take the money, go buy a Rolex watch like the girl did when she made the $30,000 in one night. No, man, that's how it's your danger. The people that are calling for shower you with love and affection and words of encouragement. Don't worry yourself, man. Right? I mean, she said the girl make $30,000 in a one night. And you know what the girl do? She take the money. Some comments in this live were filtered. Nobody not say nothing. The math say Matson. Food gone up. That's not a lie. Listen to my TikTok. Leg off of my shirt today. Cause the most of I'm making a one day on TikTok $2. So leg off of my shirt. Cause right now OF looking real cute. Yeah, so where was that? The girl make $30,000 in a one night. I know the girl taking money though. She go buy a Rolex watch for $30-something thousand. And something happened where her account must have got taken down over an OF. I don't know what happened. But she lost that 30,000 on a watch. If me make $30,000 in a one night, I don't payment that pound piece of land, you know.
Facts. And I don't see nothing in your comment. I guess we can't say GOVERNMENT anymore.
No.
Like nothing else.
I don't know. Right? May I tell you something? If me make $30,000 in a one night pound OF, may I find piece of land and may I pay down on a piece of land. And the piece of land that I'm going to purchase, that I'm going to pay down on, is land that is at an intersection in a developing community. Because you know what? I'm going to sit on that blouse and skirt for a good 5 years. Because I don't have to put up a for sale sign on that land. They are going to find me.
They will find you.
Them are going to find me. And in 5 years, that same piece of land, when I put on the $30,000 upon, I probably can get a $300,000 or $3 million for.
That's
so it's
what
being
I regret.
Smart.
That's what I regret not doing. That
Hold
was
on there. Tasha said my comments are filtered also. But what did Tasha say? Tasha not say nothing. Tasha not say nothing. Tasha not say nothing. Yes, Candy, she enjoys the content she's making. And believe it or not, she has her boundaries. She has her boundaries because one man, you know, one of the clip them, she said, one man, I tell her if you put on the phone at ground and do the things what they do at Dubai. She said, no, she ain't doing that.
So tell me, is she she's using toys?
Yeah.
Online.
She's using toys.
Okay. But they're just listening to the toys. They're not actually seeing the toys.
Ja, Ja.
I'm just asking.
If we are talking about, what you think?
Yeah, but there's people on that just like looking at toes.
Okay,
So
no, it is out there. It is like going to PH. You know, so
Okay.
PH, we can't go on PH anymore without putting your
Okay.
government information. So that's a no. By the way, PH is thinking of pulling out of France because France are giving them a hard time. Come on. Anyway, let me not so I say how me know so much. Yes.
I just want to know they need to stop telling people how much money they're making. I yield.
No, job, because that can be encouragement to people like me when I sit down and think about the $2 and something cents I make on TikTok after I sit down for 5 hours versus I probably can go on or for 5 hours and pull. Even if it's at $2,500, I'm still better.
If you ain't hear that long chips I just did a few minutes ago, okay? Yeah, whatever.
Job, if you say you're here for me, Rosolo, you got encouragement, my girl.
Look, there's some people that say I can make money with my voice. I'm not doing that right now. Right now.
No, God will forgive me. God will forgive me. I am a child of God. I am a Christian. He's not turning back from me now. Abandon me. And remember, he used Rahab. You know. Rahab, you know what Rahab was in the Bible. And Rahab was used by God. And yeah, I'm forgive her and clean her up and send her up on the right path. And my conscience are my problem, you know. My morals are my problem. Shake it off, girl. Shake it off, money out there. Where Rosola gone when she's supposed to be here supporting me and motivating me and encouraging me?
That's why she left, because you're full of it.
What did Adesoji? Okay, what Adesoji there? Adesoji. Javed is trying to prevent me from progressing in life, right? We're talking about a content creator out of Jamaica. Her name is Ivani. She went on OF. You know what OF is. And she has some.
Oh, my favorite platform. You okay, go on. Hey, we like what we like.
Come in, Belle. So she's on OF, right? And she has some explicit videos over there. And she's using toys. And people are talking about how beautiful her her kitty cat is and what have you. Meow. So me just play a video a while ago where she was talking about making $30,000 in 4 days. And me I do the numbers. I'm crunching the numbers at a soji. And I'm saying, I have to be realistic, right? Me sit on up on TikTok for 5 hours sometimes. And when me done a $2 me make. The girl make 30,000 in a 4 days. What the heck am I doing over here? I'm wasting my time.
Oh, well. She's clearly talented in other ways, but there are branches that people can play into. Hands, feet.
Yeah, me for the something. Me after the something. Let me tell you something. Me I put my shame to the side. Me I put my pride to the side because me never see pride in a supermarket to pay for the grocery yet.
Wow, what did you say her name was?
Ivani.
Just asking for a friend.
Ivany. Ivani.
Okay.
Moment. Can I have a moment with my fictitious husband?
No, because you're not motivate me, Ja. I told you today is Ja's birthday and she's not being nice.
Wait.
No. Oh my God.
That was the moment I was gonna have, because I was like, just like a typical husband to forget is one's birthday and not come in the room and acknowledge her. But I still love you, Adesoji.
happy birthday, Ja, and all the wishes that the universe conveys on you. I pray you get it, and the best and best and best and warmest of wishes on this particularly good day. Yes.
Do you know that she didn't even show up for the birthday party I'm have there this morning? Other so too? But she in the shower for 45 minutes. Doing what other soldier? What you doing in the shower for 45 minutes?
We have to take care of.
So she rub her scalp. Murder.
Yeah, I was washing my hair.
I think I missed the last part. You said IVI.
IVANY. See, as it come back, you come back already as it said, she's a professional blouse and skirt. Why? Mr. Champion, love her session.
You know, I like to support my sisters. So, yeah.
Now go check her out. She said hey, one man drop $1,000 tip on her. I said, what the mama over the backside? $1,000 tip. Then what me do over here? Me go put on like a makeup, find my outfit and go do some things. I'll be back, people. Again. The time here with you all on TikTok was lovely. I enjoyed all the education. The
You know what, Moments? Why don't you bring coffee and toe to OF? You may start a new trend. You may start a new trend.
A brilliant idea, actually.
While you're doing the show.
We can, exactly.
Yes, especially when you go back and forth with the patois from English. Somebody will, James loved that. A lot of people love that. You never know. You should try it one day.
Yeah.
The normal show. The normal show.
I call that something else. No, man. I think, hey, I kind of know. I wish my parents hadn't instilled certain things in me. Then it would have been easier for me to say, what?
A rhyme just came into my head, but okay, sorry.
Yeah, rethink my life.
You can call it toe in your coffee.
Yay.
No, you think, remember, say utopia on the horizon. I mean, utopia is on the horizon.
I understand.
As you don't worry, we're focused. Yeah.
But you think me can still do it at my old age. I'm 52 this year. I can still do it. You think me have a chance? Is there a market for my age?
Listen, always.
There is a market for anything on there. There are people who do what's it called? Who do, how do I know these things? There are people who do crochet, and yes,
as a soldier. I thought you were a reader.
Yeah, I read things.
As he said, there are older than you over there. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be opening an OF account. I will let you know when it is set up. I'll let you know when the content is there.
You be in the teenage section in terms of OF fans.
But Moments, I'm dead serious. Try out toe and coffee one day and see what happened. One day. Just see what happens.
I say, go about your business. OF means one financial bank account.
Exactly.
I have a property tax bill coming up in November.
You might just have to worry about that at all in a couple of minutes.
I have a especially tax bill. I owe $3,000 something per my student loan balance. That is all I have left to pay for my student loans.
Listen, you probably would write that. You probably would write that check with a smile on your face.
pay off Uncle Sam for them student loans there. I'm come a far away and I'm reach 3,000 something dollar blouse and skirt. What else me need for take care of?
Wait, you didn't apply for the forgiveness of the loans?
I didn't qualify. I'm not a
Oh, okay.
government worker.
You don't have to be a government
I
worker.
didn't qualify per
The
them.
last one you
I'm
have to
not
be.
a government worker.
Yeah, the last one you have to be in government employment.
The last time. Okay, the first
Yeah.
time you didn't have to.
My niece up in Maryland, she did her PhD and she got everything forgiven because she works in education.
Blessings.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's that's winning the jackpot.
Yeah. Yeah, because she was carrying the student loans from bachelor to master's to her PhD, and they cleaned that up, man. Yep. So if anybody who was a government worker did not take advantage of that, them deserve a rolling calf.
And the plus that the bromance has come to an end makes it even worse to,
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, it's all popcorn over here. I just told you talking about the bromance. We have content for days. As he said, he got his forgiven. Awesome, because he's a state worker. Excuse me, he's a state worker, and then he also said his loans were forgiven because his school was scamming. Awesome, Ozzy. I'm happy for you. I'm really, really happy for you. That's amazing. To everyone who was able to benefit from the student loan forgiveness program, I am happy for them. Me not grudge them at all, you know. All right. Oh, folks, we're 6 people away from hitting our 2,500 followers goal for Coffee and Toe on TikTok. So
That's wonderful.
yeah. Yay. We're getting there, folks. All right. This is funny as hell.
Thanks that I get for putting
a minute, 57.
Okay, hold on. Listen to this. Somebody put this up. Talking about Trump versus Elon. Thank you.
fault that all of you bitches gone. Should've sent a thank you note, you little hoe. Now I'ma wrap your coffin with a bow.
Nikki, she just mad 'cause you took the spot.
Word that bitch mad 'cause I took the spot. Well, bitch, if you ain't shitting, then get off the pot. Got some niggas out in Brooklyn that'll off your top. I hear the mumbling, I hear the cackling. I got them scared, shook, panicking, overseas.
So that is undefeated. So that's the Trump versus Elon. That's a song for Trump versus Elon.
Donald Trump just wrapped up a previously scheduled press appearance. It was called a police roundtable, but everyone in the room just wanted to know what was Donald Trump's response to Elon Musk calling for him to be impeached, and Elon Musk saying that Donald Trump is covering up the Epstein files because Donald Trump is all over the Epstein files. Trump went silent. He took no questions. He actually had somebody on his staff pull the audio so you couldn't even hear all of the questions being asked to Donald Trump. What's your response to Elon Musk saying you need to be impeached? Are you all over the Epstein files? What are you covering up? What are you going to do, Donald? Watch this incredible historical moment. Play this clip.
Yes. We're going to have a little discussion now, very private. And I just want to thank you all for being here. And thank you very much, media. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good job.
There will be a 68% tax increase and things far worse than that.
Then pull the plug.
I'm just here to fix it. This puts
Then pull the plug, yeah.
Donald Trump refused to take questions there. Donald Trump's top advisor, Stephen Miller, abruptly canceled his interview with Fox. Watch what happens. Play this clip.
We lost Mr. Miller to a meeting in the Oval Office. Perfectly understandable. When I was in government, it would happen all the time. You'd have to kill a TV show, and you're at the president's beck and call.
Now, while Donald Trump was going silent there, Elon Musk was not. He reposted the following: the relationship between Trump and Epstein is well established. Trump flew on Epstein's plane at least 7 times, though it's not clear he ever went to the island. Here is what Trump said about Epstein in a 2002 New York Magazine profile. Epstein likes to tell people that he's a loner, a man who's never touched alcohol or drugs, and one whose nightlife is far from energetic. And yet, if you talk to Donald Trump, a different Epstein emerges. Quote, I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social. Donald Trump just wrapped up a previously scheduled.
Adesoji, I had my assumptions as it relates to the Epstein files, and it seems as though my assumptions may be right.
You didn't have to assume. They have tons of pictures of him standing right next to the guy.
But standing next to him doesn't mean anything, Ja. I can be standing next to somebody, but it doesn't mean that I am guilty of the things that they are accused of.
Some of them you were able to read his lips in some of the video. Other times they're hugging each other and laughing. So, yeah.
Mr. President, it's Ja's birthday.
What's that saying about your friends?
Birds of a feather flock together.
Mm-hmm.
Show me your friends, I tell you who you are. Morning, Shelley. Show me your friends, I show you. Show me your friends and I tell you who you are.
Exactly.
I don't think that's the case. Then if that's the case, then Jesus would be everything that his disciples around him were then. Let's think about that for a second. One was a thief, one had a foul mouth.
Thank you, Jeannie. Thank you, Alexia. Thank you, everybody.
Happy birthday, Ja.
Thank you.
You
I couldn't come off mic just now. Blessings, dear mother. No, I didn't forget. I just couldn't come off mic when I joined. But do I see some jealousy? Ja?
No,
don't worry. It's all love. It's all love.
She's upset that she played music for me this morning and I didn't come on at the time.
I mean, come on. It's your birthday. You're entitled to sleep late. I mean, come on.
She wasn't sleeping. She was in the shower.
She
was in the shower for 45 minutes.
45 minutes. And they don't
believe. A nice warm shower, if you ask me.
Yes, man, yes. Yes. Y'all know the length of my locks. Come on now. That's not a short wash.
That's what they call it now, lock.
See, you and Ozzy? Okay.
Woy! You missed a good... Oh, Mr. President, I need an accountant. I'm not ask Jeff to be my accountant. I'm going to be starting an OF account, Mr. President, because the possibility is there for me to make $30,000 in one night. So I'm going to need your services as an accountant. All right? Yeah. Just giving you the heads up.
Let me just throw this out there. It's not everything you hear and see on social media is the truth.
She not telling a lie.
Me a check.
She not telling a lie.
Or her bank account, I'm not believing nothing.
No, one thing with, let me tell you something, just some people, them not gonna tell no lie. And them not have no reason to lie. Me believe. Look on the nurse, so when I make $300 and something thousand a month and quit nursing. Look on the teacher that was making how much in a month and quit teaching. Oh, man, the possibilities are endless. 18 morning, 80's asking, did you guys already talk about the bromance war yesterday? It we are talking about, you know. As I said, give him 10 minutes, him can't tell if it's true or not. Listen, here's the thing. Whatever you make is based upon what you do. Thank you, Alexa. It's about the content. What are you doing? And no make goes fool you. Looks have something to do with it too. Your body, how your body set have something to do with it too. Yeah, that there are a lot of things that come into play. If you are the right package, if you have the right aesthetic.
Yes, let me tell you the right package for you. Order some box juice from Jamaica and some patties. And let me start a little business. You ain't gonna make it. It take you 5 years to get on TikTok live. Ooh, come on, man. You know what you will disgrace yourself for the first minute to get what? Because at the end of the day, she will go on, she would make it because she don't have the, I don't know what word to put there. But
Stop it right now, Mr. President. Stop it. Right. She was mad at me and I barely said anything. I don't know what you just said a few minutes ago.
Nah, she can't make it. We have enough potential to do all other businesses. I can hang my accounting hopes on that. She ain't going to pay me. She'll quit too fast.
Ja, you know what it is? I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's not that they feel that me can't do it enough. I know that. They're trying to save my reputation. And that. Yes, Azzy, with the righteous stuff. He wants me to remain circumspect and wholesome. Well, you say, thank you, y'all, Tasha. Same support system there. Tasha, you are a real friend. I don't know what them you buck up in about them, my friend. Non-supportive people. Mr. President.
Let's put toe in coffee on OF for one day doing what we do here on TikTok.
We're not going to make the money, John. We're not going to make the money
for everything on OF. If people are just looking at people's toes and getting paid, why can't you get paid for this content we're doing right now?
Because this is not people go to OF for, Ja.
I'm saying
that
though.
If me go over OF God with this content here, you are going to have me live up to exactly what Mr. President think is going to happen. I feel you want me to feel. You don't care about me, Ja.
But look,
you see the friends that I have though. Friends who claim to them care, but they're not.
When you do that patois to English thing and it just sound all like Flora Cubana, they may like that. Just the voice alone. Think about it.
A woman say no for gaslight them, you know? I swear.
I need some real friends in my life. That's what I need. I need to, I really need to examine my life. I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. I said, I really need to examine my life. I need to sit down with a therapist and see what is wrong with me. Why is it that me always attract the people them who not mean me well? Wow, hold me back in my life.
May I try get around in my kitchen and mind my business and listening to this conversation.
Don't entertain her, Shelly. Don't entertain her.
First of all, Miss Coffee Lady, you don't have friends over here. These are your family. So whatever other soldier say, other soldier are the president for the family.
No, Mr. President, the president, other soldier is the king.
Other soldier the big brother.
Yes.
So go on, pa. What them call it?
OF. We're just going to keep it to OF.
Yeah, man. Go on, pa. OF and make other soldier run the money. As long as the money come down, you can't go on. You say like, oh yeah, the face of the group. Go on, go represent. Yeah, man. Go on, go represent.
Shelly, she can't get OF the same way me can't get my post, and now get OF, and that's story.
All right. You hear what your cousin said?
Oh wow, Alexia, you actually went there?
Today's episode of Coffee Info, I am shutting off Coffee Info on TikTok. I will only be talking to the folks on YouTube and internet radio, because the people here on TikTok, besides Tasha and Shelly, everybody else are haters.
Wait. What you say?
You love way.
Fracanacle is real. The fracanacle is
You know
real.
what? You know what? Let me tell you something.
I want to see what you say.
Whatever part you choose in life, as long as it's not illegal, we support you.
Thank you, Ozzy.
But if we being completely transparent, what you need to do is DJ, because you better than most of these DJs out here.
Ozzy, can I get a song for my birthday?
So hold on then. Me figure put on some costumes and go DJ over there.
What kind of costumes?
I never say all of that. I just say good DJ.
Ozzy, can I get a song
Whoa.
for my birthday?
All right, just message me your message me and I'll sing to you on WhatsApp.
Oh, Jesus. Me mummer.
I hear the song. Why rest of we can't hear the song?
You're too fast, Alex. You're too fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not your birthday.
Exactly.
And because
No, I'm a bonafide because my birthday.
Hold on, because it's not your birthday. You didn't ask and you haven't been practicing. So if you want to go there, then we could go there.
Thank you, Ozzy. She not do the gym thing no more. She not come a Spanish class no more. So shut her down right there, so. See, she's in silence now.
This went from coffee and toe to confessions and coffee.
All right, folks. So as I was saying, I will be starting the OnlyFans account. The OF account, I will let you know when it's launched so you can
Your first subscriber. Because I'm already over here.
Oh, look who come for the stage to tell them, girl, happy birthday. Them wake up to tell them, girl, happy birthday.
Don't worry about that stuff. Seem like you have a problem.
No, something about OF. Me all right. You can't
They don't
go
have
with them.
They don't have a geriatric section on OF.
Wow.
I
Church
check.
say amen.
Happy birthday, Miss Ja.
Thank you, Mr. Days After Dark. You know
I
you're
wish
wrong
you-
for that, but I know she's gonna put a hit on you later, so that's okay.
I wish you all the best. And
Thank you, Mr. Days After Dark. Sorry, I missed you a few weekends ago.
I know. Sorry. We will catch up again.
Look at all that sweat. See? Right there, you would have made $1,000 on OF just from the sweat running down your just doing a regular show.
Oh, jeez.
So you say you want to go on OF?
Yes, darling. I'm going to watch the OF.
All right.
Are you going to be a subscriber?
No. For what? No, man. I'm not waste my money, so.
What?
No, sir.
I thought he was going to say
Wow.
he was going to do it for free, but no, he's going to say he's not going to waste his money.
No.
Marlon,
No.
come on.
I believe she make more here than back.
But John, why people pay for where I get for free?
That's what I said. But what he got to say, no, he's not wasting his money. Come on.
Man, at the end of the day, I'm waiting because you'll get it back. So,
okay.
Put in the initial seed, and then when she clear the account, I say, give me back my $50.
If you know who I'm married to, me now get it back. Me now get back a cent.
Marlon this morning.
Go back to bed, Marlon. Yeah, go back to sleep. At 1 o'clock, you come up this morning. Go back to sleep. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that right there is my biggest supporter. Also, my biggest hater. It's always the people closest to you, you know. Always. I try to hold you down in our life. Them no want to see you progress. Them no want to see you prosper. They don't want to see you win. After today, that is it. The whole I don't know. Burn fire upon the whole of them. Except for Shelly and Azzy. Ja, Adasoji, Mr. President, Alexia, Marlon, fire burn upon the whole I don't know. Shelly, Azzy, and Tasha. Yeah, them may I roll with.
Me no business. I stand in with my brethren. Me no business.
So yeah, your brethren not gonna about in a business.
Take your fire and go on OF with it.
I say when the money start coming, me want one honor. Just wanna look at me and say, yeah, man, me happy. Yeah, do your thing.
There's nothing wrong with dreaming.
I'm not happy. You're not gonna make nothing. So you can go and try it out still.
Wow, Marlon.
I know what I'm saying. Just
Happy,
like
if I were you, I would not keep no friend with Marlon. Him not mean you no good.
Thank you.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all right, Miss.
That's her husband. She has no choice.
I'm effective today, Shelly. I'm moving downstairs and him can't stay upstairs until him believe in me.
Yes, man. You need to believe and support your wife.
You opening the OF studio downstairs?
I don't know one after breakfast this morning, or one of Jim said last night.
It's Friday, Shelly. It's Friday. We're having a good time today.
Oh yes, that's true. Because you know what? There are so many serious, crazy things happening in the world. If we didn't have the ability to talk like a foolishness, I don't know where would I end up.
Yeah, it's true. We need these moments. Hey, Dre, we need these moments when we act a fool and then we get into the seriousness of it. Yeah, man. Was a good laugh. Was a real good laugh. Thank y'all for humoring me. Y'all know me on there. I run my mouth and attack. You know that already.
Really, I'm always up on Sheena look costume for you.
Who? You looking for costume for me?
Yes.
Oh.
All I try to get concept in my head so you can do a little DJ thing cover in a glitter.
Because we need themes, right, Alexia? We need themes. Yeah, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. Hold on, which nights are best? Because
the weekend.
To the weekend, right? So we do Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday we have to rest. We have to rest on Sunday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday we do the thing. Yeah, man.
You know you have them cousin church. Are your cousin them, but your mother tell you if you not keep company with them. And that a minute over there, so I see that.
So hold on, let us come up with the themes. Yes, Ja, say you have to go church on a Sunday, right? Right, Marlon, straight out of the club, straight into the church. Yeah, man. So we come. Yes, Alexia, go and work on the themes them for the different night that we are going to come out on them. Ray.
Where you do this? I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you. We're gonna register.
Tasha, you're not right.
What make me laugh today? Today, Friday. Ja, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you for the follow, Terry.
Thank you, everyone. I don't have my glasses on, so I'm missing some of the well wishes, but I appreciate everybody. I love all of you guys. And I don't have on any clothes, so I can't come off camera yet. Clothes, I'll come off camera.
You're gonna OF too?
I will show my toes and I'll talk, but that's about it.
Oh, Jesus.
That's about it.
Ja, I just want to say blessings. Thank you for being a part of the Coffee in Tow family. Thank you for being a great support. Thank you so much for everything that you do for Coffee in Tow. For me personally, thank you for always encouraging. We love you, we appreciate you, and we wish you nothing but more life, health, prosperity, God's blessings. Thank you. Love you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you guys as well.
All right.
I'll raise a cup of tea too, yeah.
A cup of tea. All right, a cup of Joe. All right, folks. Let's go ahead and go back to business, right? So everything is just...
Guess who the geniuses were who so nimbly managed this operation at a popular Italian restaurant in the lovely Balboa Park neighborhood of San Diego this weekend? Somebody apparently told these guys from Homeland Security Investigations that they were going to be invading Fallujah on Friday afternoon, right? I mean, this is bananas. This is a popular Italian restaurant in San Diego. Just as they were opening for dinner on a beautiful Friday afternoon, multiple clown cars full of Trump's HSI agents in full battle rattle with helmets and long guns and flak jackets and goggles and masks and the whole thing. I mean, literally looking like they were going to rappel out of helicopters into the Tora Bora cave complex to fight Al-Qaeda. These guys dressed like this run into a neighborhood Italian restaurant and reportedly handcuffed the entire crew working at the restaurant, everybody inside. And then they arrested people who were like, you know, busboys and waiters and stuff. And then, unsurprisingly, the whole neighborhood came out to say, what the heck are you doing? Is this Red Dawn? Are we being invaded, Wolverines? This is what you're doing to save us from the terrible menace of like the nice waiter at our favorite local restaurant? Trump's immigration agents had no idea what to do.
Get out of here. Cowards. Cowards. Cowards.
These Trump immigration agents dressed up like soldiers. They made this San Diego street corner look like they were in a war zone because they were so completely unprepared and untrained and flummoxed by all of the neighbors and passersby, understandably yelling at them and telling them to leave people alone. They were so scared and so unprepared and so untrained for this completely predictable situation that they set off multiple, what appeared to be these flashbang smoke grenades against the random neighbors in San Diego, against the people on the street who were outraged by what they had done, who were demanding that they identify themselves for one, and that for two, they get out. This kind of thing, seriously, this is not a sign of strength. This is not a show of force. This is a show of weakness and cluelessness. These guys talked themselves into the idea that the country would be so excited to see them be really performatively cruel to immigrants, right? They thought this would be a great, political advantage for them. We will perform feats of military-like strength, going after immigrants and humiliating them and debasing them and abusing them for public consumption, and that will build our political capital. That's what they thought. Turns out everywhere they try it, everyone in America hates it. Everyone hates what they're doing.
Thank you for the follow, Stellar. Excuse me. But did you see the meeting with the Chancellor and Donald Trump? Adesoji, please tell me you saw this. Excuse me. Laughing too much here. Please tell me you saw this part, Adesoji, because I want to hear what you have to say. When the Chancellor of Germany presented President Trump his grandfather's birth certificate. I don't see anybody on media talking about this and the message, the true message and the true meaning of doing this. I think this flew over everybody's head, or is it that I'm just being petty? I don't know. Let's take a listen.
Well, as you know, this is the birth certificate of Donald Trump's grandfather, born in 1869, close to Bad Turk. His Christian name was Friedrich, right? That's serious, German. Serious German name. Serious. But you're kind of serious, German. But I want to thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you for that. That's my pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Fantastic. We'll put it up in a place of honor. Yep. Maybe we can put it up there someplace. It's an honor to.
Go ahead, Soji.
When he said we'll put it up there someplace, that's your grandfather. That's the Germans telling you are part of us, you're one of us. Yeah. So three things actually happened in that meeting.
What? Because I have another video to play. I don't know if you want me to play it before you
which
talk.
is very disturbing. When he said June 6th.
Stop. Let me play.
Okay.
Let me play.
Okay.
Let me play. Let me play.
May I remind you that we are having June 6th tomorrow. This is D-Day anniversary.
when the Americans once ended a war in Europe. And I think this is in your hand in specific, in ours.
That was not a pleasant day for you?
No, that was not a pleasant.
This was not a great
in the
day.
long run, Mr. President, this was the liberation of my country from Nazi dictatorship.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
and we know what we owe you. But this is the reason why I'm saying that America is again in a very strong position to do something on this war and ending this war. So let's talk about what we can do jointly, and we are ready to do what we can. And you know that we gave support to Ukraine, and that we are looking for more pressure on Russia. The European Union did, and we should talk about that.
We will talk about it.
May I?
Go ahead, Soji.
Okay, so first was the D-Day thing. When he mentioned the D-Day, Donald Trump laughed. Laughing, not knowing that nearly 3,000 US troops died landing in Normandy on June 6. I don't know what's funny. That's one. I don't know what's funny. And the fact that what they went to fight over there was fascism, which is what you're rolling here. Now, you're rolling there, essentially trying to become. And the man said, it wasn't a great day for you. Yes, the German state was whipped up into a frenzy, which is exactly what he is doing here in the United States, whipping up the United States into a frenzy, this idea of certain people are more entitled than others and stuff like that. And the man said, finally, yes, the Americans help us to rid ourselves of fascism. And so when they said never again, that part was completely lost on the Mr. President over there. And you could see the moment that guy said, you help us defeat dictatorship, he folded because he clearly was out of his depth. And in that space alone, you will know that this guy is unfit for office. I'm sorry. He's just unfit. I yield.
How much more embarrassment can we stand as a nation? How much more? You don't even know history. Oh, they don't want to teach history because history is woke. He probably thought D-Day was Donald Day. You see how stupid they made him look? Is that the right word to use? I don't even know now. And I'm trying to be nice. He didn't even know the significance of June 6th. And here's the thing, you don't have to know everything. You have an official, a head of state, coming to meet with you. Shouldn't you at least do some research? Something? Is there anything we need to know? Is there anything we need to know? Is there anything I need to be brought up to speed on? When George Bush was going to Brazil, Condoleezza Rice brought him up to speed because he was not aware about the history of Brazil. He was not familiar with the landscape, meaning the people. But he had someone there, Condoleezza Rice, to educate him, fast track him. Who on earth does this man have around him? No, and I said this some weeks ago. I believe the people around him are intentional in what they're doing. They want him to be seen the way we perceive him. That's what I'm feeling. You can't tell me anything else. They're probably laughing when they go to beds at night, go to their beds at night. They're probably saying, "Can you believe this? Look, And he doesn't even realize, and I agree with you, AT. AT said he didn't get the underlying message. All he saw was a gift to him. They know he loves gifts. Them know ain't licky nyami nyami. Them know him is a little wanga got. Them know is one where you can chew a piece of hard dough bread in the yard and you know him a gonna nyam it, and then you know what happened to them afterwards. They know. And they're playing with him. And he doesn't realize this. And you want to tell me nobody around him can say Mr. President? No. Wake up. They don't.
Moments. You have to remember, even during his first term, what was one of the biggest complaints? He does not want to listen. He does not want to take advice. He wants to do what he wants to do. So they're letting a clown be a clown. That's it.
I mean, to buttress the Bird Queen's point. Fairly recently, they were talking of making cartoons out of his professional. Sorry.
Don't laugh.
Because he can't read. Now, there was also something I missed when I was saying, which will be the fourth thing. What did they give Donald Trump? They gave him his grandfather's birth certificate. Did you see the year he was born? Right?
1869, something like that.
Yeah. The reason I say that is, I constantly say something, which is when it comes to Europe, if it's one thing Europe has, it is the ability to document everything. Everything. There is a museum just up the road there. They literally have reams and reams of your records. You'd be surprised what they have in this country when it comes to information. Unfortunately, for somebody like him who is information retardant, sorry, that's not that way of saying it. It's just a waste. It's a waste. It's not that the information is not there. It's just that this guy is uninterested. He is not remotely interested, especially if his name does not come up in it. And well, whatever time of day, we know one thing for sure. He eats tacos. I yield.
What kind of tacos you like? Chicken? Steak? I don't know. At this point, every day I say, all right, I'm not going to be worried. I'm not going to be taken up. I'm not going to concern myself because it can't get any worse, right? This is as bad as it can possibly get. But it gets worse. It gets worse. We just have to laugh. By the way, I did not get my popcorn. Please and thank you. Whoever is ordering up the popcorn, I need it.
We have some big news right now. ICE officials accidentally detained a United States Marshal as part of immigration enforcement efforts in Tucson, Arizona. According to the Arizona Daily Star, we're now learning that a deputy U.S. Marshal was accidentally detained by ICE authorities because the U.S. Marshal matched the description of the individual authorities were going after. U.S. Marshal Service said in a statement that the deputy U.S. Marshal's identity was quickly confirmed by law enforcement officers and he exited the building without incident. But this is a significant development because if ICE agents even accidentally were able to detain.
Because they're not ICE agents. They're not ICE agents. Have you been watching pay attention to the videos. Look at their body language. Look at how they move. When they are out and about, they look like they're lost. They're not sure about themselves. These are not ICE agents. These are people just given things and say, okay, go out there because we don't have enough personnel. These people have no training. Just look at how they operate. These are what you call, in my opinion, nationalists. It seems to me the qualifier is I love DT. And yeah, okay, good. You love DT. Perfect. No problem. Another qualifier, I don't like certain groups. Great. Awesome. And then these are people who are hungry, because remember a couple of weeks ago, we went over the salaries and the bonuses that they would get for rounding up people. So now they're just grabbing people. He fit the description. What description? What description? And you're seeing videos where they don't listen. They're being told things and they don't listen. They're droplets indeed, Ozzy, not ice. They're my ice cheap. This hunger, this insatiable appetite, all because you're trying to top someone else's numbers. Okay, Obama deported so much, I got to do more than that. You're constantly comparing yourself to someone else. Imagine, how do you sleep at night? You go to your bed and you're like, okay, what can I do better? What I need to do something better. I need to do something better. And you are so taken up with other people that you can't even focus on yourself. Do you. Comparison is the thief of joy. You better think about our next man. Not even one man. 2 man in guy better think about Obama and Biden. Man, warm to your wife. You're not in bed with her? You go to bed thinking about a man. She comes out. You wake up in the morning and you go after. Okay. Are we great yet? Are we great yet?
We have breaking news right now. Donald Trump is expected to either give away or sell the red Tesla that he bought at the White House for the White House from Elon Musk. Remember, they had that entire spectacle inside of the White House where...
Hold on. He bought... Hold on, I didn't hear that right. Hold on a second.
We have breaking news right now. Donald Trump is expected to either give away or sell the red Tesla that he bought at the White House for the White House from Elon Musk. Remember, they had that entire spectacle inside of the White House where Elon Musk brought a number of Teslas and Donald Trump decided to buy one to show his support for Elon after Tesla stock was completely tanking. Well, now the red Tesla, which has been parked outside of the West Wing for several months, will be given away or sold, according to the latest Fox News reporting. This comes as Elon Musk has wanted to talk to Donald Trump, but Donald Trump does not want to talk to Elon Musk. There does not appear to be a ceasefire or a truce coming anywhere soon. Now, this is a symbolic move by Donald Trump to give away or sell this Tesla. It's not going to impact Elon that much, but it'll show folks across the country in MAGA world that Tesla is not MAGA anymore, which may only hurt Tesla stock and Elon more.
You know what's so sad about both of them? These are 2 billionaires fighting each other using social media platforms that they both own. How sad can both of you be? I mean, how sad? So you're gonna get rid of a car that only a couple of months ago you were saying, this is the one I'm buying with my money. I'm gonna buy it and encourage you all to buy Teslas because we love Teslas, right? And he had a speech that was given that he was literally walking us through what a Tesla has and doesn't have. Now, fast forward to today or yesterday, and he says, we're gonna give it away. To whom? To whom? It's not to see if anyone in that MAGA world can operate that vehicle, sorry to say. And, so, I mean, it's kind of childish, actually.
Thank you, because I was waiting for you to say that, Adasoji. I feel as though I'm watching two toddlers on a playground.
Yeah, it's kind of childish. And if you want to give it away, you know, who cares? But the man has basically owned you. Because with that last one that he said, when he said you were all over a certain set of files, that was it. And the fact that you couldn't immediately come back, and then you threw, what did you throw? Oh yeah, we were going to remove the subsidies. Who knew his company earned about 6.3 billion in subsidies every year from the US government? It goes to show you that only a billionaire can talk to another billionaire. It will yield.
We have breaking news right now. Donald Trump's former senior advisor, Steve Bannon, says he will be advising Donald Trump to conduct investigations into Elon Musk and to deport Elon Musk from the country because Steve Bannon believes that Elon Musk is an illegal immigrant. Steve Bannon just got off the phone with the New York Times and he said, quote, they should initiate a formal investigation of his immigration status because I am of the strong belief that he is an illegal alien and he should be deported from the country immediately. Bannon said he will be advising the president to cancel all of Elon Musk's contracts, launch several investigations into Elon Musk, and begin deportation proceedings of Elon Musk. I can't make this up. I'm not messing with you. This is real, and this is happening right now in real time. So spread the word. I'm sure there'll be more coming soon. Yeah, follow along for all the news you need to know about him. Please consider supporting my
A messy divorce indeed, Tasha.
When is he going to deport him
to? So that thing I sent you last night was true. Back to Africa for you.
But him, he can't leave the South Africans that came. He need to take them with him too. Pack up the whole of them, including the one that unalived his wife. Round them all up and send the whole of them back. Commercial, please.
No, we're so sorry.
No. Take your trash. Take your trash back. You don't throw your garbage around. You stop littering the place.
No. Buyer's remorse.
No. Take your people.
You welcome them.
Take your people out of Soja. We don't need them. Take your people out of Soja. Come on. They're the prodigal sons. Receive them. Put the fine garments on them. Spread a banquet for them. Take them all back.
Is his dad not Canadian? So that's probably where he goes, you know. But not to South Africa. Sorry.
Now, one name want to talk about investigate him. So when he was moving through Doge, going through all the different departments, capturing data, when never want to investigate him, then this is a messy divorce for real, Tasha. This is as nasty as it gets.
Wasn't Steve Bannon accused of some stuff and convicted of some stuff as well? Who was he?
He collected money to build a wall and ended up diverting it into.
Exactly.
So,
question. Sorry. Go ahead, Adasoji.
Go on. I'm done.
No, I was going to ask. Since you left as refugees, can you just go back? Can South Africa refuse to take them back if they decide to deport them?
No, so one would have to assume that the situation that they left in still exists in South Africa. So technically they can't come back. Not at this moment in time. You can't live within 6 months and say all of a sudden everything is back to, no, come on, you keep them. One other thing in life, sorry. You know, sometimes when you go through, I mean, we've all done it here, when you do your spring clean out, you don't put the stuff out the door. And then the next moment when you go to the bin, you're coming back in and bringing the same stuff back in. You leave it out there. So, stay. What was I was going to say? Yeah, on the investigative side, it'll be funny to hear whether those investigations that were on Elon Musk's company prior to this government coming into place are reinvigorated. That way, you know all the gloves are off. Because his companies were under investigation, you know, not least with the FAA, with, I mean, most of those organizations have been gutted, but it would be funny to hear that for some reason those investigations have now been green-lighted again. Yeah, popcorn.
I don't know. I'm just sick of the whole
Yeah,
of them.
I have a question too.
Yeah.
How did Elon get the job in the White House if he's illegal? Is it
Money.
that easy to get a job in the White House?
Money.
Hmm.
Marlon, if you come up with $100 billion, you will be entertained. You get what you want. Yeah. Money. That's all the president sees. Money.
I understand that, but if you're illegal, okay, all right.
I hear I hear what Brother Malaki said. The hypocritical position that they will hold, knowing fully well you had to get security clearance, you overlooked all of that. Now you want to claim that he's an illegal. What does that make you look? Very incompetent. And for one, I don't think the government will go down that route, right? If they're going to do anything, it will be to sanction his businesses. They won't go after him personally because that makes them look foolish.
Shouldn't this also start some type of impeachment process as well?
Who go impeach who, boo, when he has immunity?
No, but here's the thing.
Not yet.
He can't be impeached. And the fact that that seed was planted in the minds of those who could not stand Trump in the first place. And bearing in mind, the only reasons why the Republicans in the House have pulled the line was because Brother Elon said, if you raise your head above the parapet, I'll get somebody to primary you. And now that he's no longer in the picture, I bet the gloves are off.
So AT put on YouTube what Malema would do with Leona. He also said deport him and the South African folks that just came to the US and confiscate his tech purchased with government money as national security products. And a question, how did the president get the job if he's a criminal?
So, two things. Trump has been impeached twice, but that didn't need an attempt letter removal. And so yeah, there's that. The second thing is I want this to continue as long as it can, because all of the information that we're receiving is very crucial. The fact that Trump noted that Leona is mad about the EV credit thing means that clearly he's losing money because of it. Okay. And so that's a concern. The fact that they're airing out, the possible Epstein stuff and then the alleged Epstein stuff and then the alleged excessive funding and other measures that were used to make sure that he was elected. I just want all this information to continue to come out. And then we're starting to see more fractures happen, right? So even some of the Congress members are noting some of these things with these bills. And then hopefully that could lead to the bill being rejected. And then some other things could lead to more progress. That is a very optimistic take, but I'm just saying, put all the information out.
Okay.
Elon, the problem with Mr. Musk, with all of that money, all of that power, if he had, if he had some level of charisma, he would have been very dangerous. But he doesn't. So, I mean, the man has the charisma of a donor.
I mean, he must have some charisma to be in a throuple.
No. The man's only means of engaging is to pour money into things. I mean, look at everything around him. It's basically money led. So it's not like he has an ideology that people believe in and support. When he poured through his was it super PAC or even direct investment, where he poured a quarter of $1 billion into the election of Mr. Trump, it was because he felt the proximity to power will allow him to get certain things. But according to the New York Times, the moment he came into the White House, he became, normally you have other minions who would want the ear of the boss because he was constantly around. They couldn't, so sometimes they had to walk around him. And so for them, getting rid of him and keeping him out is their greatest achievement. So how far that will impact the man inside, we'd have to look at the, the Senate, with the bill going to the Senate now. If that bill passes the Senate, bearing in mind that Mr. Musk has already said that nobody had the time to read it, most of his stuff in the should begin to see whether that entity as we know it, Make America Great Again, has truly fractured. Because if that bill is rejected in its present form, that is the first indication. And if we can take that as far as September 2025, knowing fully well you have the midterm elections in 2026, Mr. Trump might just be...
It's interesting that you said that at a Sojic. Let me read this for you before you continue. Because AT put here on YouTube, if the Dems gain a foothold in the midterms, the impeachment process will start.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's like, just bring you close enough, and if we can steal it, boom, they will get rid of him. And to answer Izzy's question, the only reason they didn't get rid of him in the second time he was impeached was because of that filibuster rule. If it was based on, and Mitch McConnell as well. So all of that,
I haven't seen Uncle Glitch lately. He's okay?
Uncle Glitch is around. He's around.
Interesting times. Roll out the popcorn, keep the bubbly on ice, and we'll continue to watch because we are going to have a celebration at some point. What's interesting is I'm sure those of you who have been following Coffee and Joe for a while now, you know how we think. And so far, collectively, we're on the right path. We're on the right track. Everything that is unveiling, we envisioned it, so to speak, if that's the right way to put it.
Yeah, we sort of predicted it.
Yeah.
We predicted what happened.
Yeah, we did. So
6 months, 6 months, 6 months.
You 6 months, 80 a year. But hey, it's happening. It's happening. Marlon's stance is everything that is happening and everything that has happened had to take place for a reason. Everything is allowed to happen. Nothing, whatever you see going on now, God is not surprised. He knows. He knows. So we need not be shocked. We need not be alarmed. We need not be concerned. Everything that is unveiling, everything playing out is happening for a reason.
Oh, one more thing. The clip you played earlier with Rachel Maddow, she said something very, very key there. The running around of those headless chickens, for want of a better phrase, that's the true intention. She said, and I love the phrase she used when she said performative cruelty. That's not for you, that's not for is not for their group. That's for the MAGA base. That's to keep his MAGA base distracted. Because if they can clearly see what is going on right now and questions are being asked, and the more you ask the question, I sent a clip to you and Lady Jacob about the puny ants. And the guy said, well, just one ant, boss. And then he said, oh, but that's what you think. When all the ants come, what do you think is going to happen? That's our power taken. So what they don't want happening is the concentration of the thoughts of all those ants at one point, one time. Because when it happens, the dam is broken. That's it. I yield.
I don't want to cry, but I want to say that place, it's not good. It's not good. Ever since I got here, they had me in handcuffs. They put me downstairs, and I was in a room with a bunch of 35-year-old men, and those rooms were small compared to the size of like how many men were there. There was like 40 men in there. We would barely get any attention from the people there. It'd be really hard. I haven't showered in 6 days. I haven't done anything. The only thing I could do is thank God every day, because that's all I would do. I would pray there. I would talk about the Bible to them. So this right here is a bracelet that a Brazilian friend made me there. This is how we sleep. This is our blanket. They give us a really long sheet of this thin aluminum, I'm guessing, and we lay down on the concrete floor and put that over us and just sleep through the night. For me to say the Pledge of Allegiance at my school every single day and not have a Bible in a federal agency place, it's horrible. It doesn't make sense to me, because like, to me, I always choose God first, and that's all I did there. I would pray. It's not a good place. Like I said, all glory goes to God, and I heard a lot of people talk bad about my dad, but if you want to talk bad about my dad, you have to talk bad about me, because he raised me, and if I have so much support from everyone from my town, then he doesn't deserve any hate, because I was raised from him. Like, everything I got was from my dad. He's a good person. He never did anything wrong. He's a nice guy. I'm very grateful for all the support, more than anything in this world. I didn't specifically know about my immigration status because I came here when I was 6 years old. And when I got here, the woman said, she was like, do you know why you're arrested? And I said, no, I don't. She said, because you overstayed your visa. You came here in 2013, and in 2015 you overstayed. And I told her, I was like, ma'am, I was 7 years old. Like, I don't know nothing about that stuff. Like, I don't understand how it works. And she was the only person in that place that was like, oh, like, I understand. Like, I get it. She was the only nice security, one of the only nice security guards. There's this other guy that would let me use the phone at night sometime to talk to my parents. Those two people mean the world to me. The world.
And your dad, how are you feeling about your dad's status and what's going to happen to him?
I don't want anyone to touch my dad. I want my dad. My dad would call me at night with my brother and sister, and he wouldn't stop crying. And he would talk about how, like, he can't even go outside. Like, why? Like, there's no reason for this. You know what I mean? Like, my dad has never did anything wrong. My dad's everything to me. He's never, everything I learned was from my dad. And like, if he shouldn't deserve to get any hate. My name is Marcelo Gomez.
So this piece is courtesy of WBZ TV, WSVN. Marcelo Gomez, the Milford, Massachusetts teenager who was detained by ICE last weekend. He has been released on a $2,000 bond after his first deportation hearing, which happened yesterday. Gomez, an 18-year-old junior at Milford High School, is originally from Brazil. He was held at a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement office in Burlington after his arrest on May 31. The agents were looking for his father, but when they found Gomez's student visa had expired several years ago, he was taken into custody. Initially, when the story broke, it was a situation of you can't catch kwaku, you're catching shirt. That's a saying we have in Jamaica. If I can't get a hold of you, I'm going to get a hold of the person close to you. He was on his way to his school. He was pulled over and they took this young fella in because they wanted the father, couldn't catch the father, but then grab him.
Wow. You know, I just listening to it, right? A couple of things came to mind. In targeting people in such a way, it really shows how many innovators, leaders, intellectuals won't be put into positions or have the resources that they need to thrive. Because I'm listening to him, right? And you could hear the level of maturity, the empathy that's in him, you know? Like the leaders that we have don't even have the level of decorum, the understanding that he displayed in that one clip. Isn't that crazy to everybody else? Like, think about that. This is a teenager, right? But again, like you said earlier, it's people who aren't trained. You could tell they're not really researching. They're not looking into each situation. It's very sad. And especially since America used to have this whole brand that we're a country of immigrants. Give us your poor. And then look, just look.
Ozzy. Why did the folks that voted for him, many of them are saying that they voted for him on the premise that he was going to remove hard criminals. Why aren't they holding fire to him or holding him to the fire? They've gone quiet.
Because, like you said, when you say you're going to go after the hard criminal and you whipped up a frenzy that the United States is undermined from within by so-called hard criminals, you've manufactured consent, people are going to give you the carte blanche for you to go after anybody that fits that description. So the fact that you've got 7 ICE agents to surround an 18-year-old, anybody looking from afar, that is not familiar with the kid would say, oh, maybe he's one of them. And then you create that picture over and over. And if you look, all the ICE raids, they usually come in, gun toting, Kevlar helmets, Kevlar, the paraphernalia of siege. And if you watch any American movies, when you see that paraphernalia, it could only mean one thing. Yeah? So this thing is truly extreme. And so the more you repeat that in the mind and the faces of people, the more people come to terms with the fact that whatever it is they're seeing is what, so they won't question it. Now, here is the thing. When these guys, unfortunately, with the pattern of voting, we could have had a different option. But we cannot re-legislate what the election was. But the result is what the result is. But at least with that other option, you had the chance of somewhat redress, to question. With this one, you cannot question. Even the so-called question is being questioned. He has a case in court at the moment that says he has the right to detain or to remove judges. Can you imagine that? Just let that sink in. So here we're just, justice is probably not the wrong word to use. Here at the moment, we're picking people off the streets. You can't even balk at that idea. Now imagine if you can't even seek redress in court. Because the only reason why we're having that conversation with that guy, the only reason why we're having that conversation with that guy is because the court still exists. When that goes, what else? And our saving grace at the moment, although, beggars can be choosers, is the fact that they're distracted at the moment with internal rifling. Otherwise, they will be pushing every other thing through. So we have to be much more conversant because, man, this thing is going to get ugly. I yield.
And I'm here for it. And I'm going to enjoy every minute of it. I am.
Oh boy, let's have a look-see at this one.
The U.S. Constitution was not written for everyone that lives in America. It was written for Americans. That's why it's called the United States Constitution.
Enlightening.
Not the world constitution, not the global constitution, the U.S. Constitution. The founding fathers actually said the Constitution was written only for moral and righteous people.
Nope, stop right there. We're done. You said founding fathers. 7 of the 39 signers of the U.S. Constitution are immigrants. Alexander Hamilton, born in the British West Indies, also has an entire musical about his life, and you'll learn it there too. He talks about being an immigrant. James Wilson, a Scottish immigrant. Robert Morris and William Richardson Davy were both born in England, and then there were 4 additional delegates who were born in Ireland. I'm going to recognize that the United States, America, as this man keeps saying, it's stolen land from indigenous people. I am recognizing that. But by the terms of the founding fathers, this country was created for immigrants, by immigrants, to have a free democracy. Oh, and to think that other people from other countries can't be moral and righteous is a wild take. If you don't remember that part, go back to the beginning of this video.
Again, I was saying something to my brother the other day. I say, half of the stuff that you hear nowadays, half of the stuff that we hear nowadays, that's so wild and outlandish. The reason we hear them is because people have gotten confidence with ignorance. They've gotten so comfortable with just, before, when you want to say something, you mull it in your head, you think about it, you go and check it, you don't. Now people just say the most outlandish thing. And then when you ask them, like, where did you get that from? Oh, go do your research. That document, the Constitution, it's there. So if you're talking about a constitution, a document, you have a written constitution, and all of the stuff that you're talking about, that you're saying, is contradicted in the same documents. Who are we to believe? The one you hold, the one you're holding, you're saying, the American Constitution does not say this. Which one? bro. I don't know.
Go ahead, Ozzy.
Okay, so there's a lot of things to consider there, right? I think a big part of what's going on too is some of the ideology that's being fed to certain groups. They're taking your jobs. They're using our resources. They've been saying that for years, purposefully so that when stuff like this happens, then you could turn a blind eye, right? But also discounting the fact that because when these things happen, you also inspire immigrants to become leaders, to make these changes because of these experiences. That boy is a teenager and he speaks 3 languages. Think about that.
So that's again for me, loud and clear.
That boy is a teenager and he speaks 3 languages, English, Spanish, and Portuguese. How many Americans do we have that can compete with that?
Quote unquote, American.
Right. So think about it. The language is a distraction because now you're focused on the fact that you think these people are your enemy, but you're not focused on the lawmakers who need to improve the system, education, all the conditions that you're living in. You know, these Republicans send immigrants on buses to certain cities to create an overflow. And then what happens? They have to use the resources that they have, whether it's hotels, whether it's whatever. And then now the language is changed to these immigrants are coming in and they're living in hotels. You see? It's a game, yo.
It's a game to them.
And all while playing with people's lives.
Exactly. It's a game to them. America, my ass. America is a country of immigrants. Unless you are indigenous, you are an immigrant or you're the descendant of an immigrant.
Oh, and our next point too. Commenting on the last video you just played. Yes, the founding fathers were immigrants drafting this document that we are governed by. But also keep in mind that at that time, people who look like we were considered what, 3/5 of a person? And so there was a long way to go. I yield.
All right. So it is going to be easy for them to do their job, quote unquote, job.
Make sure I understand what this bill is talking about. Is it true that the Department of Homeland Security is charged with keeping our homeland safe?
Yes.
And so would we want people convicted of invading the most sacred monument in our homeland to be then responsible for keeping our homeland safe? Is that what this bill prevents?
That's what this bill prevents, Mr. Goldman.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
I will yield, yes. Mr. Moskowitz.
I just want to even make it a little clearer.
Sure.
I just want some imagery, I think, because my colleagues across the aisle don't seem to be engaged.
Make sure I...
You can't tell me, son, January 6 people them ever use as immigration, we call it ICE.
No, he's actually asking a rhetorical question. The rhetorical question there was, if indeed that was part of the remit of their job, why is it that you are now pardoning those who've been convicted of doing that very thing that the Homeland Security was supposed to protect us against?
Birds of a feather flock together. That's all I'm saying.
There you go.
All right, so go ahead before I sum up the.
One more thing on the tariff. There was a clip I was watching. I'm just sad like that on C-SPAN when they were talking about the Caribbean nations that produce bananas, and they asked the trade secretary, "What is your take on sanctioning countries that produce bananas?" And the man said, "Well, the thing is, if we can build America well, we can grow bananas. And the man said, when was the last time you saw a banana grow?
We have acres. We have acres behind us. But interestingly, Adesoji, so learned the other day from a young fellow that works with Marlon, that if the city is doing their job, if they enforce it, the banana trees that we have in our yard would have to cut them down.
Exactly. But here's the thing. The thing about that is, and the points that Senator made, that Congresswoman made was, it's not that you don't grow these things, but competitively, you cannot compete with the Caribbean nations when it comes to producing bananas. Yes, you can produce. Listen, you could throw any seed on the ground, but you would have to tend it. You would have to. But in the Caribbean, where the landscape has grown this thing over centuries, under sometimes unfavorable labor conditions, using that term loosely.
Yeah.
Yes. Just to be sure, you can see that there's still a favorable comparative advantage to them to produce it. So why would you sanction them for that comparative advantage? It doesn't make sense.
Rhetorical question in the chat for you, Adesoji. Our homeland. What land do people actually own?
Well, you can keep calling it whatever it is.
All right, so let us sum up what we have discussed so far. We moved TikTok talk to the beginning of the show, which is not the normal course. But yeah, it happened organically. But let me do this. I'm going to play this to close out, give you a summary of what we have spoken about so far.
I don't think this is a distraction. Steve Bannon just called for Elon to be deported. You heard me. Steve Bannon just said we should deport Elon Musk, get him the fuck out the country and dissolve all businesses with the government. But wait, there's more. Even Trump agrees that if we canceled all of Elon's contracts with the government, it could save America. It could save the big, beautiful bill. It could save our debt ceiling. But wait, there's more. Elon gets petty and drops a video of Trump and Epstein in 1992 at a party at a club that is now known as Mar-a-Lago with a bunch of cheerleaders. But wait, there's more. Elon's Tesla stock drops. Yep, now it's only worth $400 billion. But wait, there's more. Fox News is telling them to cut this shit out. They don't like it. MAGA doesn't like it, but I guarantee you MAGA will side with Elon before Trump. But wait, there's more. Kanye said, no, stop it, bros. We love y'all both.
So that's pretty much what we have been talking about all day.
Oh yeah, that is for me was the funny bit. Cut it out, bros. Really? This one, bro.
All right, so let's go ahead and get started with the show finally, right? Okay, first up out of the Caribbean corner. U.S. court quashes subpoenas against Antigua PM and officials. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Antigua and Barbuda Prime Minister Gaston Brown says he feels fully vindicated following a significant legal win in the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York, which has quashed all subpoenas issued against him, his family members, senior government officials, and several private companies. The subpoenas were filed at the request of Ulia Gorbayeva Motlokov, who is daughter of sanctioned Russian national connected to the super yacht. You remember this story, right? Alpha Nero. In a memorandum opinion and order, Judge Jesse M. Foreman found that Gorbayeva failed to meet the statutory requirements for relief under 28 U.S.C. 1782. As a result, the court took decisive action. It quashed the subpoenas in their entirety, vacated its previous ex parte order that had authorized the subpoenas and directed the applicant's counsel to arrange the prompt destruction of any materials already produced. Go on with yourself, Antigua and Barbuda, Prime Minister, guest and bro, big up yourself. Subpoenas filed at the request of the daughter of a sanctioned Russian national connected. What happened to that yacht? What are they going to do with it? Can we get it? I'll take it.
They're going to auction.
I'll take it. Do we have the money in the coffers for it? Where are my accountants, Javet and Mr. President? How are we looking on the books? Because if we're short, I might have to head over to OF. Just spend a couple of days on OF, get the money so we can get the yacht Alfanero. We're going to rename it CIT. Not to worry. All right, so next up, over to the Bahamas, we had, according to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, Bahamas Prime Minister Philip Davis has announced salary increases for middle management public servants to take effect at the end of June, with broader raises between 2 to 8% for the remainder of the public service coming in September 2025. He also unveiled plans to expand health insurance coverage for all government employees. During his contribution to the 2025-2026 budget debate in the House of Assembly yesterday, Mr. Davis said the government had completed the first phase of its salary review, which focused on middle management and above. The announcement, of course, was met with loud cheers and desk thumping from government members in the House. Mr. Davis also confirmed a significant upgrade in employee benefits, stating, "We are also expanding the health insurance coverage for all government employees. This initiative will provide broader protection for our public officers, reduce out-of-pocket medical costs, and improve overall access to care for those who serve our nation." Go on, do your thing over the Bahamas. Next. United Nations urges immediate action amid surge in sexual violence in Haiti. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the United Nations is calling for urgent international action to protect Haitian civilians, particularly women and children, as the country continues to grapple with widespread gang violence and an alarming rise in SA. Since the 2021 assassination of President Jovenel Moïse, Haiti has plunged into a state of protracted crisis, with armed gangs tightening their grip on vast portions of the capital and beyond. According to the International Organization for Migration, IOM, the violence has displaced over 1 million people, more than half of them children. I want to ask the United Nations a question. All those babies that are born there to UN representatives, did you tackle that issue? All the UN peacekeeping soldiers that went to Haiti over the decades and somehow left children behind. Have you tackled that issue? Just asking. Oh, you didn't know about that?
Because they're supposed to be global babies.
No, I really need to know, because it's funny how we can pick the beam out of someone else's eye and forget the mold that we have in ours.
Yeah, because there's a number of child support cases, right? When the mothers was asking the UN to facilitate the fathers taking care of their kids.
Remember that case 2 years
yeah,
ago?
a lot of the times, a lot of them was unemployed and stuff, and they say they're struggling. They can't find any redress because the fathers are not there. They can't take them to court for support, and the UN was not facilitating it.
But you don't want to talk about gang violence and all these things. Go on through your other soldier.
And that's been a long-standing problem, especially when it comes to the interaction between so-called advanced nations and local communities when it comes to not just global efforts like the UN, the World Bank, and what have you, or especially in Africa's case, colonialism. I mean, there is a case in not just Congo of, there was a huge case a year ago where 50,000 women, at least the class action that was led by 5 women who won a landslide case against the Belgian government. For one, they didn't know who their father was. And the society, although raised them, but again, if you don't know your dad, then it becomes a social stigma. And that's even a tiny proportion of what the problem is. In some cases, the Japanese also have that same problem in Congo. The worst one about the Japanese one was the kids were in some cases euthanized. So again, we have this problem that is whispered, but hopefully with the hold of legacy media being broken on the information channels, all of these stories, these human angle stories, can become the order of the day. Because if you shame these so-called societies into accepting their responsibilities, maybe, just maybe, they might do right by those kids.
But is it reasonable to ask the UN and the US and these countries, the France and them, is it a reasonable ask to ask them to prosecute these people? Because we have seen from the beginning that it does not happen. And the question is it reasonable? Another thing we have again, I think, look in the case of Nigeria, this I think is a UK military guy that was caught bringing in pew-pews into the country. But these people do these things and then they just go back to their respective countries and you never hear about them before. So maybe we should start to implement laws that when cases like that come about, we try them and we unalive them one time without even appealing it. Once you go to the judicial process, we just get rid of them one time to send a message. Because what they do is you recycle them and he may not go back to Nigeria, but you hear me, he's in the Congo doing the same thing. So maybe we have to start to change our laws to facilitate these kind of things, especially when it comes to the military personnel, especially when it comes to the high-ranking people. You give them a fair trial. Once they're found guilty, because they'll be found guilty, they have the equal cost red-handed, you unalive them in quick succession and send back the bodies. And charge them for sending back the bodies. Send them a bill. They don't have to pay it, but send it.
So, United Nations, let's have a conversation about that before you start, seeking international assistance and bringing international attention to an issue. Well, I'm not saying it's not happening there, but I don't know. Are we manufacturing thwarted stories? I don't know. I just want to make sure that we're not continuing to paint Haiti in a negative light with the aim to suppress and justify certain actions being taken against the people of Haiti. That's all I want to know.
I don't think it's manufactured in any environment where you have civil war and stuff. Those things are prevalent. So I don't think it's a stretch to say they manufactured it. The thing is, what does the UN do to solve some of the problems that the UN itself creates? Because a lot of these places where we have unrest, the UN have been there for 50, 60, 100 years. And the unrest is still, so what is the purpose of them being there in any case? Mm-hmm. To report when it's convenient? Come on.
Mr. President, I would say one of the last people I saw actually call out the UN on some of the imbalances and unfair practices was deleted quite shortly after. So, yeah. So I don't know. I don't have too much faith in that. Like, and we've seen so many atrocities as well throughout history. Like even in Vietnam, you know how many women were R-word over there during that time? And these countries were very complicit. They knew exactly what was going on, but no action was taken. I mean, it's not like they don't know, but it's like, are you going to hold yourself accountable? Are you, for countries that hold such value in their own image, would they take that chance to you know, even slightly tarnish that image?
Oh boy. According to Nationwide Radio JM, the Member of Parliament MP for West Central St. James, Marlene Malahoo Fort, says work will continue to improve the draft job descriptions developed for parliamentarians. The original Green Paper was tabled in the House of Representatives 2 years ago. On Tuesday, Northeast St. Catherine MP Corencia Morrison tabled the report for adoption by the House. MP Malahoo Fort says Parliament's approval of the report is a starting point, and we have more in this soundbite, courtesy of Nationwide Radio. Hold on 1 second. Where is it? Here we go.
Much of the document was prepared, taking into account what was being asked for, getting a sense of what Jamaicans would like to see for the office of Member of Parliament, looking at what obtained elsewhere. So what was presented and what has been adopted, from my point of view, is to be seen primarily in two ways: as a delivery of a commitment that was made, but it's also a starting point, not the end of the matter, in terms of those who offer themselves for representation and election, and the people generally to get a better understanding of what the role entails.
As part of the job descriptions, MPs are expected to ensure the Cabinet accounts to the Parliament for its policy decisions, plus the general direction and control of the government. They must also regularly attend and actively participate at sittings of Parliament and its committees. The report further states that MPs are required to prepare and submit project documents and proposed budgets for the Constituency Development Fund. They must also hold CDF consultations twice a year and prepare a multi-year plan of action outlining their goals. Malahoo Ford says MPs should not bear the burden of carrying out duties meant for other offices.
This is work in progress, and right now, the Member of Parliament is called upon to deal with so many other things that properly should be done by other parts of government. And in fact, I do not believe that we can continue to have the expectations on the Member of Parliament that they perform all of the functions of government. And of course, I am exaggerating when I say all of it.
Meanwhile, MP for Southeast St. Catherine, Robert Miller, says more resources are needed for MPs to fulfill their obligations to constituents as per the dictates of the draft job descriptions.
There needs to be adjustment, as Minister stated earlier, that is work in progress, that the Parliament needs to be better resourced. For example, I would recommend that each parliamentarian needs to have a research specialist, that will assist us in terms of the research and the bills that are brought into Parliament, and, how to lobby for your constituents that you represent. At Parliament, there has to be a different structure where it is concerned. We have the state of the constituency debate, but is that enough to really do the lobbying that is needed for your constituency? That's the next question that one needs to ask and answer.
One thing I said to Mr. Miller is that we need everybody to just show up in a Parliament when they're supposed to be there. Zero excuses. start doing their jobs, and I need constituents to hold their representatives accountable. That's it. I don't have time for this. That is a big piece of foolishness. Do I appreciate the fact that something has been tabled? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I'm a little annoyed that nothing was in place. I'm very annoyed, and we spoke about this yesterday, very annoyed that they were able to get 100% salary increase and now expect it to work. Because in the real world, and yes, I'm calling it the real world, you don't get a salary increase unless you've proven your worth. And salary increases, for the most part, let me be generous and say, not go past 10%, but them get 100% and then I perform. And you get 100% for not performing, and know you to perform, and you still not perform. So take back the 100% and prove your worth. I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just thinking with a corporate hat on. And the people fund it, exactly. It's taxpayers' money. But you know, there is no respect or regard for taxpayers' money. They have a saying, you know, easy come, easy go. You don't have enough to work for it. You literally didn't work for it. Not all of you, because I know there are some good representatives out there who do the work. Next. Almost 100 private schools have closed since 2020. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio. Close to 100 private schools have closed across Jamaica since 2020. That's according to head of the Independent Schools Unit in the Ministry of Education, Sharon Hunt. She was speaking on Nationwide this morning on Thursday. Here is Kalisha Wright with more in this report.
The Education Ministry's head of the Independent Schools Unit says operational costs were a primary factor that led to the shuttering of the almost 100 private institutions.
We have had a few closures, close to about 100 or so since COVID. And it's the sustainability. For COVID, it was that the students were not there, the schools were not being paid, and therefore they couldn't pay their bills. And also, we have other schools now who don't have the numbers that will help them meet that match. So I can't tell you which one is COVID related and which one is the fact that most of our students seem now to prefer the public school system because, as Tamara has indicated, our offerings have gone up in how we translate the education system, in how we meet the needs of the nation.
The viability of private institutions took center stage at a high-level meeting between the Jamaica Independent Schools Association, JISA, and the Ministry of Education on Tuesday. Coming out of the meeting, the ministry and JISA are preparing to sign a groundbreaking Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, aimed at strengthening the country's education system. A key feature of the MOU is the provision of office space for independent schools to reduce operational costs. An MOU will also be signed with the Hart NSCA Trust, enabling independent schools to benefit from the government's National Skills Training and Internship Framework. The issue of unregistered independent schools was also discussed. To that effect, JISA has reaffirmed its support for more robust regulatory oversight to improve accountability and credibility. Sharon Hunt says the ministry will also be undertaking a survey to identify private schools that are not regularized.
We were planning to do it after September. We were planning to do it in October. That is the time of year that we do our census. And so we were trying to develop all of that so that in October we can send out these things to the system to find out which schools are unregulated. We're not going after you to by the way, let me put this on the air. We're not going after you to try to close you or anything. We're going after you to help you, to move you forward, to make you sustainable, to make sure whatever educational offerings you're doing is positively impactful on the system.
In highlighting the importance of regularization, Ms. Hunt says she's seen several cases where students miss out on scholarship opportunities because the school they attended was not registered.
So I get lots of these forms and transcripts that I must authenticate as the school being registered. And at that point in time, it is too late for the parents because I cannot sign unless you had gone through the system. You have been signed off as the law had indicated, and that you are a registered school. By the time you're coming to me for that, it is too late. There are persons, schools that have closed that have given me the documents that the law said that they have to give me. And when they need to be verified, I sign off on it and I send the documentation to the employer abroad, to the employer nationally, and to the schools that they're getting scholarship from. Many persons have lost scholarships because the school that they attended were not registered.
There are over 600 registered private schools in Jamaica. About 200 of those schools are members of GISA. Khaleesi Wright for Nationwide News.
We don't need 600 private schools in Jamaica. We don't. But we can't even call this patty shop because patty shop run good. Because right now, see Juicy, they are foreign. Juicy get wings, get visa, and they are foreign, and you can make $1 million in 3 months with a Juicy franchise. Right, yes, sir. So we can't call it a patty shop thing with the Ministry of Education. But the backside are going, yes, sir. How on God's earth are you going to have schools operating, private schools operating, and they're not registered? Isn't there a process that you must go through, even though you are a private school? You have to register. You have to get certain permits. You have to have certain things in play before you're able to open shop. So me can just get up tomorrow morning and feel someone want to open my private school under one mango tree and I just saw it there. We're failing the children. 600 private schools. What we need so many private schools in Jamaica for? Please tell me. You see, the thing is this with private schools in Jamaica, they will look at the Hillels and look at other schools, St. Peter and Paul. The whole list escape me right now. But they will look at the list, the private schools. See these private schools charging an arm and a leg. Granted, some of these private schools that charge an arm and a leg, they're not just teaching your children to be gullible, to be able to regurgitate bookwork. They are shaping them. They are preparing them to be leaders. So when you hear a school tell us that the school fee 100, and I'm just throwing a figure out, they're $100,000 term or $800,000 term, now I'll give it because they know why they're charging that. So people will say, oh, so this a school you charge $1 million a term. That's my private school. But you're not preparing the children the way those children are being prepared. You're not creating pathways for them. Some of these schools that charge the exorbitant fees, they have so many opportunities laid out ready for them. They have fast track opportunities for them to be able to get into colleges around the world. Long and short, it's a networking thing because at the end of the day, nepotism still around this thing. It's who you know, right? But not to digress too much. Let's get back to this Ministry of Education. Every single school, private, public, must be registered with the Ministry of Education. If you recognize that a school has not been registered, you pump the brakes. Cease and desist operations. You cannot engage with children. I'm sorry. Sounds tough. I don't care. We need to clean up this. It's a free-for-all, it seems. People do as they like. No regularization, nothing. Impacting the children in the long run. Because them look at it like a get-rich-quick scheme. Yes, I'm saying that the people that must set up the shops. It's a get-rich thing. A process needs to be put in place. There needs to be a mandate. We have regional offices across the island. The Ministry of Education has regional offices across the island. Use those offices effectively for both public and private governance. I said, damn fool, she said, why not Jamaica? I'm tell you, So me can just go and now open up a private school and call it a day and I'm good to go.
You know, unfortunately, some of those same issues we have been faced with in the Virgin Islands as well. There, I could tell you from some conversations that I've had with family, because my father used to be on the Board of Education in the Virgin Islands, and there were some private schools who had teachers who had no qualifications. Sad. Like, what are you teaching children? Then one of the other issues too is they weren't necessarily regulated in terms of certain criteria for curriculum as well. A lot of these students had no sort of like cultural competency either, which should be important. And then you would see how there were certain initiatives disguised as like, I guess, what you would assume is an equivalent of summer school. But basically what will happen is some of these students would, like, if their grades weren't high enough, they would say, okay, well, you have to come in for the summer and do X, Y, Z, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of the students weren't doing course related things or weren't meeting a certain standard of attendance either. So a lot of these schools were basically just using that as a money grab also. These things have to be regulated.
I agree, Ozzy. And I'm going to challenge the parents. Charge you all with the responsibility. Everybody, because let me tell us something. I gotta tell us the truth about Jamaica. We are an elitist society in Jamaica. Yes, we are. And no, argue with me, argue with no matter. We have an elitist society in Jamaica where everybody wants to be able to affiliate with certain things, right? That is why businesses like Starbucks will be successful in Jamaica. Even when they can't afford it, they want to say, oh, I went to Starbucks. Oh, I go here, I go there. Oh, my child goes here, my child goes there. Yes, are them things that we love at Jamaica. What's fool you? Everybody wants to be able to say, yes, my child goes to private school. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a status symbol, even if the standard of education isn't met.
It's private. As long as it's a private school, we're in. So parents, it is your responsibility to see to it that the private school that you're desirous of enrolling your child in, the private school that your child is already attending, it is now your responsibility to check to see if the private school is registered with the Ministry of Education. At least do that.
Okay. I want to come at it from a different angle.
Sure.
Okay. How many schools did she say went out of business?
Hold on, let me go back here. I'd have to listen to the thing again, but I know she said 200 are member of the GISA, 600 overall, but there was a number that was closed out. I'll get it. Go ahead.
So, if first things first, if those schools are not registered, question is, how do you know what the ethos of those schools are? That's one. Malcolm X once said that we're the only body of people that will give our children to the enemy so that they train them. And the reason I say that is this. There was a book that came out titled, what's it called again? It's right behind me. What is it again? The Interest. And in The Interest, he talked about how certain people were compensated for slavery, right? Why is that important in terms of schools? There was a school in England called the Charterhouse. It's one of the most private of private schools in this country. Do you know that this same Charterhouse that got an endowment from the British government for loss of income during the slave trade has now opened shop in Nigeria to train Nigerian kids, where they will be paying in excess of 30 million naira, which is around, give or take, is around 5,000 pounds every term. Now, most of the people that are going to that school would not know that history, but yet you're being trained by people who enslaved, who enslaved your ancestors at some point. And now you're going to pay them for the privilege of them teaching you. This idea of private education, when a state cannot take care of its citizens, cannot inform its citizens, cannot train its citizens, that society is done. It's done. We might blame China for what it is, but the thing is, the reason why China is able to chalk out all those mathematicians, all those dentists, all those doctors, is because the state decided it is our responsibility to train our citizens, not for people to make money off the training of. If you want to do that, go to a place where it is done, but not within our remit. Are you okay?
Too much carelessness going on in Jamaica. That's all I can say. Too much carelessness. And everybody depend on the money grab train. Everybody. Without thought for who may be affected along the way. Anyway.
I can't remember who said it, but if these leaders were required to use the public services that they themselves mandate, whew, because how many leaders put their children through public school? I mean, how many? Little to none, if any. How many of them actually use the same public services that they have a say on how they're run or funded? That itself is kind of contradictory, because how can you say what's best for these things if you don't use them, if your relationship with them is almost non-existent?
I say, but you could have brought me for going to politics and put my child in public school. You're crazy. You're mad. My child goes to private school on your dime. How dare you want to associate with us now? Or how dare you want us to have our children associate with yours? Thank you, Laureate Body Slimmers. You crazy? Come on, Ozzy. Come on now. Really? You take my work hard for getting to politics to make my picnic or mix and mingle with you. You're mad, man.
With the common folk?
With the common folk. You only peasants. But I agree. And it's I think it's either Mr. President or Adesoji has raised that same issue, that same example that you highlighted. If all public servants, including the politicians, right up to Prime Minister, and I just tossed in the Governor General, if they have to make fit and pitney them, use the facilities, the infrastructure that's there in Jamaica, like everybody else, the public system, you see how quickly everything is brought up to speed. You see how quickly attention is given to matters of concern. But because they can afford to send their child to certain institutions, send them abroad, it matters them not. The sense of urgency is removed. It is no longer there. We get to it when we get to it, or we make it a talking point when it's time for us to campaign because elections coming around.
I think that question is imperative, especially during election time, right? literally, if you ask them, would you send your children to so school? Aside from whatever security concerns that you may have because of the nature of your position, would you? Why or why not? Okay, so then now that is your task to change.
You know what I say? What we should add upon that? You say if we have a MP and for them constituency constitute the inner city area them, then if you go down there, go live with them. Go live there. Go and live in your constituencies.
You're not a nice person.
But I just told you that's the only way they will actually do the work and clean up the constituencies.
But guys, Magufuli did that in Tanzania.
Thank you.
And cleaned out the hospital system overnight.
Okay.
In matter of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, everything was working.
Okay.
When he banned them from going overseas on government dime, you could have gone on your own money, but you can't use nothing to do with the government if you're going overseas to the hospital. If you're sick, you die here. And that's how it goes. And you see that, especially in Africa. What? The Nigerian president in France every day for checkups and stuff. Let him do it. Let him put the hospital system in Nigeria to a place where he can go to the hospital there. Not only that, if he improve the hospital system in Nigeria, some of them that is living here in New York and other places will be happy to go home if paid a reasonable salary. You see all kind of African leaders, whenever they get sick, they have to go overseas. You have to go overseas. Why? Why? Some of them have houses in France and in Europe and stuff. That should be illegal.
If it's taxpayer money, them are used to buy it. If they had it prior, or if them wife work, or them private
but we
business.
know they are all using taxpayers' money to do it.
You know what?
But I agree with you.
You know what is worse about what Mr. President just said? That when the Nigerian leaders get sick, they come to the UK, right? And you know what is so sad about that? Is that when they get here, guess who treats them? Guess who treats them?
The same people who run.
The same Nigerian doctors are the one that tends to them. I mean, name any hospital. Okay, so Cromwell is the one that the royal family uses. St. Mary's and what's the other one? There's the one that the Arabians go to Cromwell as well, so the royal family and what have you. But the others basically are under the National Health Service. So when they come in for the medical checkup, the same medical checkup I will go if I'm referred to one of the bigger hospitals, and surely there is no need to. But if I'm referred there, the same doctors that will treat them, who are Nigerians, doing their housemanship, led by specialists, in some cases actually Nigerians as well, in most of the cases Indians, but in some instances Nigerians. They treat these same guys that they could have treated at home. They could have treated at home. That's the madness of the whole thing. It's just stupid.
So I just told you, y'all have the same issue over there where the medical professionals are immigrants. Ooh, I thought y'all had I thought that was just a US problem.
No. We have a very unique national health service. Because the people actually look like the customers. Yeah. So when you get in, the minute you see the person, you know who you're dealing with,
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
I thought it was just here in the US. Didn't work.
Well, yeah, but the difference is, technically there is no difference, but the core, what's it called? The core essence of the National Health Service has been a long-standing relationships with the ex-colonies and post-Second World War, when the National Health Service came into being, these were the people who ran it. And so subsequently, that culture has continued. So yeah. You're right.
Basically, the message is we don't trust our people in these situations that we have a say-so on, but we trust our people in these places from the people who colonize us.
Yes, that is the essence of it. And that's
we trust you, but we want you to be under the guise of this system, not ours. Even though we don't have a say on that, but you know.
I mean, I had a friend who was an OBYGN who is now in Canada actually. Some of these ministers, the governors' wives and what have you come to England to come and deliver. The same thing, you could be delivered back home. You don't need any kind of special care or anything. It's not like you have, I mean, when he says sometimes, like, this is the most normal of pregnancies, it's like come in, pop it, by 5 o'clock the next morning or next evening, you can be out of that kind of situation. It's not like we need to monitor you for anything. But they're coming here, bringing, because they have to pay hard currency, So essentially, you're taking those funds that could be used in our health service back home to just have, what's the word you usually use? Fashionistas babies. Because you will see them coming, they've got this Dior baby carrier, and they're coming to pick them in a 4x4. And he said, sometimes you just look at them and just shake your head. It's like these people have lost it. Are you?
So let me say, if you're a government official, use the government system. If you're not going to use the government system, make sure it's your own personal resources that you're using. We need to lead by example. No, sir. Isn't that what our leaders are supposed to do? Lead by example. Yeah, lead by example. St. Kitts and Nevis secures seat on UN Economic and Social Council. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, St. Kitts and Nevis has been elected to the United Nations Economic and Social Council, the United Nations top body for coordinating global sustainable development and economic policy. The Twin Island Federation earned one of 3 available seats for the Latin American and Caribbean Regional Group in a vote held at the UN General Assembly on Wednesday. St. Kitts and Nevis garnered 180 votes, Ecuador 182, and Peru 182, in securing the region's representation on the 54-member council. Its term will begin January 1, 2026 and run for 3 years. I guess this marks a significant diplomatic milestone for the Caribbean nation, as ECOSOC plays a central role in shaping and monitoring the global development agenda, including the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Membership will give St. Kitts and Nevis a direct voice in high-level international discussions around climate resilience, economic equity, poverty reduction, education, health, and sustainable tourism, areas crucial to the Caribbean. The election comes amid increasing calls for small island developing states like St. Kitts and Nevis to have greater representation in international forums. I guess.
Moments. You see all this representation in international forums? It's all
Agenda.
well and good, but it's nonsense in a lot of cases. Because you speak, they tolerate you to speak because that is the formality of the meeting. They make their promises, the same promises they've been making 10 years. Take a list of it. and you go back and they recycle the promises and the policies. They put pressure on you to come up with all these reports and do all this reporting and make sure you're up to date and all this 2030, 2040, 2050 goals. Nobody ever really meets them. You understand? And at the end of the day, they come and they give you a tap on the back. You have a photo up and they're saying progress was made. I want to implore the Caribbean governments. Forget about a lot of these international forums. It's a waste of time in a lot of cases. Select one or two representatives, the mayor, Mortis, whoever, who will go to some of these forums that can make an impact or to tell the people what we're doing. Stop going there as St. Kitts, as Anguilla, as Grenada. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. The same international forums you're going to, have Caribbean forums, come up with an action plan, come up with synergies and collaborations that every Caribbean person would benefit from. We go through the hurricane season every year. You don't have to tell me we have a hurricane season coming up. Mm-hmm. We don't have to tell me we have to deal with the sargassum coming into the Caribbean beaches. You don't have to tell me that there would be probably one disaster every year, whether it's an active volcano, whether it's a flood, whether it's something like that. Why are we going to the UN and them, giving them all our data? They just use that data to manipulate us into these exorbitant loans and stuff that they used to leech off of us. Form a Caribbean forum. Take our data, use our data regionally. Form a Caribbean, lobby the insurance companies, create our own insurance companies, and so that we could utilize stuff. Come up, when we addressing climate change and so on, do it on a regional basis and stop this nonsense going and sit there, talk for 15 minutes and nothing happens. I yield.
Well, I'm not pissing off, Mr. President, but the point well stated. I agree. Puppy show thing, as we would say in layman terms. Big, real puppy show thing. It's a whole spectacle. Pomp and circumstance, right? Remember that graduation song? Pomp and circumstance? Yeah, that's what it is. All right, next up, we have we go down at the islands, our lifestyle features travel and lifestyle segment. Jamaica Tourist Board celebrates 70th anniversary with 70 days of Jamaica Love travel deals. All right, Ozzy. All right, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the Jamaica Tourist Board, JTB, is marking a major milestone this year, its 70th anniversary, with a special promotion inviting travelers to enjoy the island's legendary charm at a discount. Dubbed 70 Days of Jamaica Love, the campaign features island-wide deals on hotels, attractions, and vacation packages. Bookable from June 4 through August 12, 2025, for travel through to April 30, 2026. The initiative is part of a broader celebration of the JTB's founding in 1955 and its decade mission to showcase Jamaica's culture, natural beauty, and warm hospitality to the world. So, okay, hold on there. Many if you scroll down, I'm going to read through all of this. Many if you find out how I can take advantage. The deals span top tourist destinations across the island. Montego Bay continues to offer a mix of lively nightlife and white sand beaches, while Ocho Rios remains, and it's not Ocho Rios, folks, it is Ocho Rios, remains a family favorite with attractions like Dunn's River Falls and Mystic Mountain. Negril beckons with its famous 7 Mile Beach and cliffside sunsets. And the South Coast provides laid-back escapes in Treasure Beach and eco-adventures along the Black River. I'm still not hearing. Okay, for more details about the celebration, go to visitjamaica.com, because them not tell me what me want hear in this. Me want hear about the deals them. So you're going to log on to www.visitjamaica.com/deals. Let me hop on over there real quick. Come, you want to see what the deals are, to see what I can take advantage of. Get deals on places to stay and things to do. Montego Bay, no, this is too much work. Hold on a minute. Later, I deal with you. I can't look on that. No, okay, that's too much. Too time consuming. All right, folks, if you are visiting Jamaica, planning to visit Jamaica, head on over again to www.visitjamaica.com for the deals that are available as they celebrate 70 days of Jamaica love in recognition of the Jamaica Tourist Board's 70th anniversary. All right. Next, Jamaica welcomes inaugural World to Fly flight from Lisbon, Portugal. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The Jamaica marked a key milestone on June 4 with the arrival of the first ever World to Fly flight from Lisbon, Portugal, at the Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay, St. James. The flight, which carried 360 passengers, represents a strategic expansion of Jamaica's footprint in the European travel market and highlights the success of coordinated industry partnerships. Speaking at the welcoming ceremony, Minister of State in the Ministry of Tourism, Honorable Jelano Seavright, said the launch of this new air service goes beyond adding another route. This moment stands as a testament to the hard work and dedication of everyone involved in making this route a reality. It's a clear demonstration of our commitment to expanding Jamaica's reach and providing more direct access to our beautiful island. Mr. Seavright noted that from June to October 2025, the ministry expects to welcome over 6,000 visitors from continental Europe via this weekly non-stop service. Initially planned for 17 rotations, the schedule has already been extended to 18, reflecting strong demand on Jamaica's growing appeal as a leading global destination. All right. So it's a non-stop flight. It will fly out of Lisbon every Wednesday from now until September 24, and should be bringing each flight will bring approximately 352 visitors. All right, folks. So if you're there in Jamaica, take advantage of the opportunity if you're able to. I'll just leave it right there. All right. Next up, we are done with the Caribbean Corner. Time for stories out of Latin America. First up, Guatemala's volcano of fire erupts, spurring evacuations. Article courtesy of apnews.com. Guatemala began evacuating some residents from the slopes, the volcano of fire, on Thursday after a new eruption spewed hot gas and ash high into the sky. Juan Loreno, spokesman for the National Disaster Reduction Coordinator, said that at least 594 people were moved to shelters from 5 communities. Uh, they also said that given the volcano's activity, the number of evacuees was expected to rise. Hope everyone will be safe. They have suspended classes at 39 schools and closed a highway in the area. Back in 2018, when there was an eruption, 194 people unfortunately lost their lives. And this volcano is one of the most active ones in Central America. It's only 33 miles from Guatemala's capital. That's awfully close. All right, safe. We hope for everyone's safety. Next up, Panama protests over Molino reforms continue. According to apnews.com, protests have persisted in parts of Panama for a month and a half. They've covered a range of issues, including the changes to Social Security and opposition to a security agreement giving U.S. soldiers and contractors access to some facilities in Panama. Authorities and protesters were injured on Thursday in eastern Panama, where border police tried to open a highway blocked in an indigenous community. President Jose Raul Molino has said he will not reverse the Social Security changes, nor will he allow protesters to obstruct the road. So, Molino, who do you serve? The people of Panama or the United States? Just asking. Who are we serving? That you are not going to listen to your people as it relates to Social Security.
Sometimes the people don't know what is good for them.
Stop being facetious. But I applaud the people. They've been protesting for a month and a half. They're not backing down. I mean, you never get anything through being civil, right, Adasoji? Everything,
Yeah, good trouble.
good trouble.
Good trouble.
Yeah. Nobody respects you when you come to them in a calm fashion, right? You're not being harmful or anything. You just want to have civil discourse, but that's never respected or tolerated. You have to go on like one big bad bull and dopey conqueror for them to listen to you or take you seriously. Oh my gosh.
Freedom is never given at a state.
Taken. Absolutely. Supreme Court strikes down Mexico's lawsuit against U.S. gun makers. According to TheGuardian.com, the U.S. Supreme Court on Thursday spared two American gun companies. Why we love we gun them over in the U.S. It is what it is. Our pew-pews run. Our pew-pews rule. The Supreme Court... Hold on a second. Okay. The Supreme Court on Thursday spared two American gun companies from a lawsuit by Mexico's government accusing them of aiding illegal firearms trafficking to drug cartels and fueling gun violence on the south side of the U.S.-Mexico border. The justices, in a unanimous ruling, overturned a lower court's decision that had allowed the lawsuit to proceed against the firearms maker Smith & Wesson and distributor Interstate Arms. The lower court had found that Mexico plausibly alleged that the companies aided and abetted illegal gun sales, harming its government. The companies had argued for the dismissal of Mexico's suit, filed in Boston in 2021 under a 2005 U.S. law called the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act that broadly shields gun companies from liability for crimes committed with their products. Pew-pews first. Pew-pews blazing. Pew-pews we set. All when we can buy food at pew-pews to a thing. We will back pew-pews to the end of time.
I would love to know how they celebrated outside the court.
Pew-pew! So this case in and of itself, Adasoji, should let the Americans know, no matter how many schools, churches, concert halls, stadiums, malls, supermarkets, gatherings, no matter how many of them are attacked, the laws not change. Nothing will be done.
I mean, for me,
we pledge allegiance to the gun manufacturers. Go ahead, Adasoji.
For me, the benchmark was Sandy Hook. Because you didn't do anything at Sandy Hook, nothing else matters. Nothing else matters. In fact, somebody made a livelihood of the misery of the people who suffered at Sandy Hook. And the fact that that happened, for me, that was America's moment of, how can I say it, redemption. But they chose not to redeem themselves. So that was it for me.
So when they talk about pro-life for what? They're not pro-life. They're not pro-life. They pretend. It's a farce. Because if you were pro-life, you would see to it that you make changes to the benefit of the same children that you are telling women they must bring into the world. Let's protect the children. At least the children. Can we start with the children? In stories out of North America, U.S. embassies issue global warning against birth tourism. According to CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com, the United States has issued a global warning through its embassies against the practice of birth tourism, stressing that using a U.S. visa primarily to give birth in the United States so the child can obtain U.S. citizenship is not permitted under immigration law. In a statement posted on its Facebook page on Wednesday, the U.S. Embassy said consular officers will deny a visa application if they have reason to believe the main purpose of the applicant's travel is to give birth in the U.S. Using your visa to travel for the primary purpose of giving birth in the United States so that your child will have U.S. citizenship is not permitted. Consular officers will deny your visa application if they have reason to believe this is your intent. Furthermore, if you already have a visa to travel to the United States for the primary purpose of giving birth and you use Medicaid or other U.S. government assistance to pay for your medical care, you may not be eligible to renew your visa in the future. Hold on a second. I'm confused there.
Don't be confused. You're reading what you're reading.
Okay. All right.
So essentially, what they're saying, it's not against the law, by the way, because the law of the United States says the law is subject to everybody that is within the area that is known as the United States. So what you're saying there is effectively what you sign into your executive order. That is not the law. The law is if any child is born in the United States, they're citizens of the United States. So yes, you don't want to change the demographics, but the demographics will change with or without you. Are you okay?
Listen, folks, if you're not pregnant, don't listen to me. Let me stop right
No, I mean, the moment they said, if you're coming with the intention to, they didn't say you can't come. That alone tells you that somebody is just deciding, you know what, how do we do this? Because all of this is, somebody is just out there, you know, just deciding this. If you're on the plane and your plane flies into the American airspace, coming in from Canada, and you have a baby on the plane, what's going to happen? Exactly. So please, I yield.
No more birth tourism, folks. Have your baby where you reside. If you do not have residency or citizenship in this great country of the United States of America, please do not come here to have your babies. But wasn't it a couple months ago they said that their concern? No, back up. Hold on. Let me rethink. A couple months ago, it was okay as long as you foot your bill. You don't try to pass the bill on.
Again, yes. People keep coming up with their version of how do we deter these people without flouting the law. Yeah, okay, you're gonna pay for yourself. Okay, fine, I'll pay for it.
Right.
But the key thing is that child is a citizen of the United States. And yes, everything you said prior to me just speaking now is correct. We accept the great country. Then we just say the United States. Leave all of that flowery words afterwards. I yield.
Julie says there's a visa for mothers who want to give birth in the U.S. Mostly the Russians use it.
I guess they have the color for the protection.
Chad halts U.S. visas in revenge for Trump travel ban. Article courtesy of BBC.com. The Central African nation of Chad says it is suspending all visas to U.S. citizens as a matter of reciprocity after learning that it is one of a dozen countries whose nationals are banned from traveling to the United States. Chad has neither planes to offer nor billions of dollars to give, but Chad has its dignity and pride. That's according to their president. Africa is the continent worst affected by the travel ban announced by U.S. President Donald Trump, with 7 of the 12 countries on the list. It is set to come into effect on Monday. The order prohibits people from Chad, Congo, Brazzaville, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Libya, Somalia, and Sudan, as well as Afghanistan, Myanmar, Haiti, Iran, and Yemen from entering the US. In addition, there will be travel restrictions on nationals of Burundi, Sierra Leone, Togo, Cuba, Laos, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. They will no longer be able to travel to the US on certain visas. Trump said in a video post on X, "We will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm." Burundi, Sierra Leone, Togo, Cuba, Laos, Turkmenistan, Venezuela, Afghanistan, Myanmar, Haiti, Iran, Yemen, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Chad. When did your people come here and do any heinous acts? Please let me know. What are the stats? I need the stats before I say this is preposterous. I need the stats on this.
Okay. There is one country there that even cracks me up. Just hearing that country is zoned in amongst the others. I mean, it's not like the others are harmful or anything, but there's just something about that country that just makes me. Togo, right? Togo is literally, Togo is the third country.
Amasoji, I figure out what it is. I figure out what it is, with especially the African countries.
That Togo one was boxing my mind too. I'm trying to figure out how Togo get on the list.
I know none of that, man. Oh no, come here, can't damage the woman them. That is what it is.
Oh, come on. Do you know the population of Togo is now up to 15 million people? So, okay, so given that is the case, okay. The reason why that Togo one just cracks me up, every time I hear people just say, "I'm Togo," I'm just like, what?
I'm to go.
No. Okay.
To go.
If I said to you, of these two United States, the states in the United States, which one connotes violence? Omaha or Texas?
Javed State.
So why would you put Omaha on the list? I mean, it doesn't make. Listen, Togo is a threat. Has never been said on the African continent.
Let's look up Togo. Togo has something going on there. Why?
No, the only threats they possibly are is that, my God, the women are beautiful.
And beyond the men are well endowed? That's
well,
a problem.
I mean, yes, but the women are stunners. So beyond that, Togo, what?
They have a fetish market, and we don't want that here. We're trying to get rid of websites.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a problem. We don't want anything here, along those lines. I think
what they just did was they scrunched up some names into a hat and they just picked. In the case of that Togo, because there is just no as he looking up for nice to do. Hopefully not the one with flight. But that's the thing. I mean, when I heard it, anytime you hear news like that, you take it seriously and everything. So I had Togo.
What did Togo do?
I'm like, what?
All right.
Togo.
So let us give people a little history about Togo. All right, courtesy of Britannica. Until 1884, what is now Togo was an intermediate zone between the states of Asante and Dahomey, and its various ethnic groups lived in general isolation from each other. In 1884, it became part of the Togoland, German protectorate, which was occupied by British and French forces in 1914. In 1922, the League of Nations assigned Eastern Togoland to France and the western portion to Britain. In 1946, the British and French governments placed the territories under United Nations trusteeship 10 years later, British Togoland was incorporated into the Gold Coast, and French Togoland became an autonomous republic within the French Union. Togo gained independence in 1960. The economy rests largely on agriculture, although the country's extensive phosphate reserves are also significant. So, Togo consists of 6 geographic regions. You have the low-lying sandy beaches of the narrow coastal region. Um, you have mountains. Um, you have hilly terrains. You have a savanna. The climate is a tropical climate. Savanna type vegetation is predominant. They have the baobab trees. Wild animals are not found in great numbers. Ethnic groups and languages. The population of Togo is made up of about 30 ethnic groups, many of whom are immigrants from other parts of Western Africa. The groups indigenous to Togo live in the north and the southwest. Half of the population rather is Christian, many of whom are Roman Catholic, although there is also a substantial Protestant group, independent and other Christian communities. Most of the country's non-Africans, the majority of whom are French, live in Lomé. Brazilians or Portuguese of Brazilian birth constituted the original trading settlement in Togo, and today African Brazilians are closely associated with economic and political development. The official language in Togo is French, although it is not widely spoken outside of business and government. I'm looking for the atrocities there that would make us say, no, we can't have these people here because they are dangerous. I'm digging. I'm really digging.
You can dig from now to Kingdom Come. You're not gonna find it. I mean, it's just you can drive across the country in 3 hours. Yeah, in 3 hours. What's 3 hours? When we went from Ghana to Nigeria.
Found it, Adasoji. I found the problem.
What's the problem?
Mining and quarrying dominate the industry in Togo. Phosphate is the major mineral resource and one of the country's leading export items. Deposits include some places that I cannot pronounce. Togo is one of the world's largest phosphate producers. So here's what I'm going to sum up. Them want the people resources. The people them say, hell to the no, you not get my resources. Them say, all right, when I get it, well, this way I gonna do you. If I can't get your resources, your people cannot come to my country. It's only about, it can only be that, Adasoji.
No. I'm going to give you that. But here's the problem. Here's the problem with that line of argument. Part of the Marshall Plan that the United States entered into with the European powers when after the Second World War was they were going to grant them access to their ex-colonies, right? And so the American companies would have been granted access to those companies post the Marshall Plan. So France would have shared its resources, which it normally would do, with the United States. So I don't think that's the issue. I think they just don't know what they're doing. There's no rhyme and reason to it. And I would wait. Because, I mean, read the newspapers. There is nothing in Togo. There is nothing. It just doesn't make sense.
So is this a case of putting tariffs on the penguins?
Exactly, something like that.
More reason, okay.
Yeah, something like that. Or putting tariffs on Lesotho.
So the Togolese are probably there saying, what do we do? What happened? What? Okay, we're here minding our business in our narrow strip of land, right? And you're calling our names. We're minding our business.
I mean, it's like, or maybe, nah, it won't be that. But still,
are American women going there for you know what kind of tourism, and they're coming back to their husbands a little rearranged, and the husbands are displeased. Hey, green-eyed girl, thank you. And the husbands are displeased, and so you know this is coming. This sounds like a personal issue at a soldier.
yeah, I mean, it has to be personal. But again, when you go to Togo and you see the women, you don't need to rearrange anything. They've got everything that you need in proportions that you might imagine. So the idea that it just makes mockery. It makes mockery of the whole thing. And for want of a better word, maybe the guy was just bored and just decided, oh, people have not heard from me in a while, and I need them to keep talking about me. Let me do something. And that was it. But beyond that.
So another country at a soldier, Turkmenistan. Anybody here familiar with Turkmenistan? Have we heard about Turkmenistan in the news? Talk to me about Turkmenistan.
Again, okay, so you're talking about Central Asia. If anything, what does I mean? Those are countries that are largely insignificant. With Syria alone, the only reason I can guess with Syria alone would be the fact that the government is currently investigating the presence of one of these drug dealers from Holland.
But how you reach Sierra Leone? We are talking about Turkmenistan.
No, I'm just saying because most of these places don't have those. I mean, they're not threats to the United States. They can't be. Those countries barely have 2 pennies to rub together. I don't know.
Well, Turkmenistan, according to what I'm seeing here, they have a middle income to upper middle income population. At present, the majority of their citizens are Muslims or Russian Orthodox Christians. Turkmenistan is not a formal military ally of the United States. They follow a policy of positive neutrality, meaning it does not align with any major power bloc, while Turkmenistan does engage with the United States in various areas like security cooperation and economic exchange. It maintains its independent stance in foreign policy. Thank you so much, green-eyed girl. Thank you. Yeah, so me not understand why I'm picking on little bit of Turkmenistan and mind its business too.
That's the thing. There is no rhyme and reason to that list, and other than I can say, if it's one thing they all have in common, and I would say all, majority of the ones in the first list, you know, there's a subsequent list. There's a main list, and then there's a subsequent list. Okay. With regard to the first list, so what he's saying when he's talking about the Afghanis, what about those who work for the Americans against the Taliban? What's going to happen to them?
They're being sent back.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about Burundi. What issues do we have with Burundi?
Again, who knows where they are? Who knows where they are on the map?
They're landlocked.
They're landlocked. If you were going to sanction anyone, I would have said sanction Rwanda.
Because Burundi borders Rwanda.
Yeah, but why would you sanction? Burundi is not. Again, I gave you the example of Omaha and Texas. Which one?
No, I'm really trying to understand though, Adesoji. I'm truly trying to understand. So we looked at Togo, we look at Turkmenistan, we've looked at Burundi. Let us talk about
Burundi is just a poor place. They could, I mean, yeah.
Listen, and here's the thing, and why people might be listening and saying, okay, why are we doing this? It is important for us to break these countries down so that you can have an understanding that these are countries that are just arbitrarily picked. You see some balloons going up in the air. It's okay, grab that one, grab that one. There is no reason behind doing this to these countries, putting in travel restrictions on these countries. These countries now trouble you. which clearly we have to open our eyes and recognize that we're running a circus. This is a circus.
Exactly.
Let's talk about Chad.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Chad is one of Africa's landlocked countries. Borders Nigeria, Cameroon, Niger, who else? Libya to the north. Whether as a threat to the United States, again, that's a very laughable idea. I just don't see it.
Is it because they speak
Chad,
Arabic? I don't know.
I could understand Chad. The thing with Chad is that it's not a threat to the US, but Chad is sort of softening up to the Sahel states. And you may want to send a message to them because they're not hostile to their neighbors. And it was all talked about, oh, Chad will join the alliance of Sahel states and all the stuff like that, whether it's rumors or not. I don't know. So I could understand that.
So why not do that to Ghana? Ghana is soft to the Sahel.
You can't. That's one of your main gold supplier. They have a democratic, you understand, policy. And if you do that to Ghana, because remember, Ghana is even closer to the Sahel states than Chad. If you do that to Ghana, you risk pushing Ghana into the Sahel states. If Ghana enter the Sahel states, then you're looking at now you have entry from port entries and from the sea. As part of that union, it's drastically strengthened the Sahel states and it weakens ECOWAS. So if you push Ghana too hard and they say, okay, let's even be better to our neighbors, because right now they have open, especially with Burkina Faso. So that might pose a threat to the French stooge in Ivory Coast, which you probably don't want to do. I don't know. Just guessing.
No, I need Rubio to come out and tell us why these countries.
Exactly.
That's what we need. We need a statement from Marco Rubio to come out and let us have a clear understanding. Because to the regular American, them not understand. Them just going here these days. Oh, they're African countries, so they must be bad, right? So, but I need Marco Rubio to come out and explain to us why Chad, Congo, Brazzaville, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Togo, Laos, Turkmenistan, Burundi, Sierra Leone. Come out and explain to us why those countries, in addition to Cuba, Venezuela, Haiti, Iran, Yemen. Tell us Libya. Tell us why.
Did you say Laos? Laos?
Yes, I was getting to them next.
Oh my God.
You see, this is what they're doing. It's creating even more division. That's all they're doing. Dividing so they can conquer. And the idiots that will listen to this don't say, yes, we agree. If they would only take the time to do the research as we're doing here, they would educate themselves and realize that, hold on, Chad ain't troubling nobody. Laos not troubling nobody. Turkmenistan not troubling nobody. Some people never even
moments.
Some people have never even heard about Turkmenistan. Them can't even spell it.
On the bright side, most of these countries is the first time they actually come up in any international discussion. Because Congo Brazzaville, I have never even heard anybody talking about Congo Brazzaville in any kind of respect. So, yeah, a lot of them. So maybe he's trying to give them publicity.
So, folks, book your tickets and start traveling and go to these places because they're safe places.
The last time Laos...
Togo is the most surprising.
Exactly. The last time Laos came into conversation was during the Vietnam War. And why? The US, in order to ensure that the rest of the Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos did not offer any sort of material support to the, to the Viet Cong, bombed them. That was the only reason they got into the conversation. Beyond that, I mean, come on, people.
But listen to this other soldier. So the US president said the list could be revised if material improvements were made and additional countries could be added as threats emerge around the world. The White House said these common sense restrictions would protect Americans from dangerous foreign actors. Somalia was quick to react to the travel ban, immediately pledging to work with the US to address any security issues. In a statement, Somali ambassador to the US, Dahir Hassan Abdi, said his country values its long-standing relationship with America. Chad did not disguise its dismay. And in addition to the president's stern words, well, its foreign minister told the AFP news agency his government was surprised by this announcement, and even more by the terrorism-related reason, which completely disregards Chad's commitment and results in this area. The African Union, they said they're concerned about the potential negative impact of the measures and called on the US to adopt a more consultative approach with the countries being concerned. According to the White House explanation of the travel ban, countries such as Libya, Somalia, and Sudan lack competent authorities to issue passports or civil documents and conduct appropriate screening measures.
But the US is the one that destabilized
Please say that
Libya.
again. Say that again so people can hear.
They destabilized Libya because when you went and get rid of this terrible man Gaddafi, you leave a vacuum. Now there is no rule of law. You did not ensure that Libya become a functioning society. Prior to that, what problem do you really had with Libya? The Lockerbie bombing, how much years ago that Libya compensated people for? Tell me. Gaddafi bending over backward to work with the West? Anyhow.
I wonder what we're going to wake up to tomorrow morning.
That he wanted to scratch his nose.
Does the diaper need to be changed? Where's Melania?
I hope it is changed.
Where's Melania? We need Melania. Melania is not doing her job. Melania is not doing her job. Melania, do you know what your responsibilities are as his wife? We need to see him smiling.
No. The growl means we're safe. Once he starts smiling, he's comfortable to do certain things. No.
No, but his wife needs to keep him happy.
Even that.
I think she said she's done it already. She's done. She's over it.
Well, somebody needs to step up and do the job because he's too miserable. And clearly ain't nobody around him getting none either. Melania is avoiding ice. Hey, Ozzy, you're wrong for that, you know.
That's true. We forgot about that. That is so true.
But he does not have any say in these things, you know. He does not have any say. Whoever put the names in the hat and pull out these countries, give it to him and he signed it. I could guarantee he probably never heard of 3/4 of them. I could guarantee you that.
Just like he didn't know where that is penguins
You
live on the island.
I
what
can't
he
even
put
blame
on
him.
man.
I don't know who advised him and who is part of his team, but he just signed that. If you were to quiz him on that, I could guarantee you he can't give you an answer.
Yeah, because he didn't know what D-Day is.
You can't blame him. I don't totally blame him for that. Because his job is to sign, he's signing.
Not to read, just sign. Not
But
to ask
come on.
questions,
Let
just sign.
let us be honest.
Not to reason.
Moments. They have just said that they're trying to do the daily briefing in a format like a Fox News to give it to the president, something that he
Stick up
is
in, stick up in, stick up
accustomed
in,
to.
stick up in, stick up in. It's 1 minute before the top of the hour. I want to say thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. And thank you to everyone listening on Mad Music House, any genre, anytime. Thank you so much for being a part of Coffee and Toe. World News on the Go. We'll be back with you Monday morning, 9 a.m. Eastern. We invite you to join us on YouTube or on TikTok. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. See you Monday. Carry on, Mr. President.
No, I'm saying if you have to do the daily briefing, like a Fox News show, create it in such a way like that, so that he can literally do the briefings. Because in his first tenure, he had a problem with that. And they're saying everybody has a way, like Obama preferred to read it, George Bush preferred to discuss it with his team. Different people have different ways of doing it. But there is no way for him. So they're trying to find a way. One of the suggestions is that if you create it, do it in a sort of Fox News display moment.
Elementary.
He may do it because he loves to look at Fox News. But so you're telling me somebody like that about reading? Read or what? You really think the president? No respect. Do you think the president read? And I'm not saying that to bash him. Reading is not the president's strengths. I could guarantee you that. But my thing is, he has a team of people around him who is responsible and should be able to brief him adequately and stuff like that. Well, should have a team of people around him to do that.
Yeah.
So whenever they bring something to him, he will sign it. The only thing he probably really concerns about that he might look into deeper is the meme coins. The fact that he makes right now $1 billion and still own a substantial amount of the coins. So stuff like that would definitely affect him because it's to do with his wealth and to do with his future. But all these other things, he couldn't care less.
Make that sink in. $1 billion, and he's talking about his future. Make that sink. This is the man that will be taking care of for the rest of his life. But you still want.
In other news, India leads in remittances, but Trump's tax could deal a blow. According to BBC.com, tucked deep in Donald Trump's sprawling One Big Beautiful Bill Act, who sits down and says, I'm going to call it this One Big Beautiful Bill Act? Really? That's the best you could come up with? One Big Beautiful Bill Act? No other name? Thank you, Angel Snow. So anyway, it is a clause that could quietly take billions from money sent abroad. It proposes a 3.5% tax on remittances sent abroad by foreign workers, including green card holders, temporary visa workers, such as those on H-1B visas. For India, the world's top remittance recipient, the implications are serious, says experts. Other major recipients include Mexico, China, the Philippines, France, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. In 2023, Indians abroad sent home $119 billion, enough to finance half of India's goods trade deficit and outpace foreign direct investment. Of this, the largest share came from the US. For millions of migrants, that includes the money wired to cover parents' medicine, a nephew's tuition, or a mortgage back home. I said, was it last year I said this or the year before? What a backside on the US if everybody pack up and say, you know what, we're going back to the country that we came from. Or, the generations here say, yeah, we're coming with you. Your healthcare system crash, your tech system crashes, your agricultural system infrastructure done with. I mean, everything crashes. Literally. Do y'all know that? Just punishing people. 3.5%. You're sending home people, and then you're going to punish other people. And while you're punishing them, you still want to send them home. So how is the green card program going? How is the $5 million green card program going? How is it doing? What are the sales numbers looking like, Mr. President? You're closest to 1600 Pennsylvania.
That's gold card. And I must say, we received a significant offer from Mexico because we had El Chapo's son and 17 of his family members coming. So
run the numbers.
You can do the maths.
No, that's your job. Why do you think I hire you? So give me the numbers. You see, I'm being Trumpisha right now.
So that's just 85 million.
That's all?
Yeah.
Because it's
5 million, 17 of them. I'm talking about the family.
Who is responsible for the marketing?
They are the biggest. They are the biggest donors so far.
Okay, so we only garnered 80-something million. We have
No. That is from one family.
Yeah,
just to show you how lucrative it is.
No, it's no.
We'll have to get the other data.
Please get the other data quickly.
Melania left with it. The Dodge team was calculating, and since Elonia left and he's not on good terms with the president, it's kind of challenging to secure the data.
You're going to lose your job. Why do you think I put you there? So that you could capture some of the data too. I need the numbers. 17 people from El Chapo's family. At 5 minutes. You know what? Trump administration sanctions international criminal court judges. This one is funny. According to Al Jazeera.com, the administration of President Donald Trump has followed through with a threat to sanction officials on the International Criminal Court, naming 4 judges whom it accuses of taking illegitimate and baseless actions against the United States and its allies. On Thursday, U.S. Secretary of State Rube Marco Polo announced the sanctions in a sharply worded written statement. The ICC is politicized and falsely claims unfettered discretion to investigate, charge, and prosecute nationals of the United States and our allies. Rubio, when are you going to meet me at Sergio's so we can have some pequeños or some croquetas, have some masas de puerco? It's time for you to come back to Miami, Rubio. You are in over your head. What are you doing, Rubio? Really? This dangerous assertion and abuse of power infringes upon the sovereignty and national security of the United States and our allies, including Israel. The 4 sanctioned judges include Salome Balungi Bosa of Uganda, Luz del Carmen Ibanez Carranza of Peru, Reina Adelaide Sofia Alapini of Benin, and Betty Bolher of Slovenia. The judges will see their U.S.-based property and assets blocked. U.S.-based entities are forbidden from engaging in transactions with them, including through the provision of funds of goods, all because them say we don't need to stop the madness.
So on top, the point Adosochi made earlier, on top of trying to sanction the court, the U.S. court, so that they cannot block anything that you do and you cannot be held accountable, you know, take this now and go into the going after international judges. I mean, whatever remnants of credibility that is left in the U.S. will disappear. And as the U.S. credibility disappears, the value of the U.S. dollar disappear. Let's not forget that. People keep forgetting. The U.S. dollar is only backed by the credibility of the U.S. government. That is why it was considered zero default risk. Now, the more you erode the credibility and the more your extensive debt is put on display that people know you cannot repay, You can no longer just print money because people will start to lose faith in it. They will start to lose faith, and having taken the Russian central bank money, which was a no-no. This was not like you sanction an oligarch. You took the Russian people money. Had put everybody else on guard. And yes, the Saudis and everybody is playing footsie with you for influence right now. But they are strategic, and they would flip if they have to. So we're playing a dangerous game here. You cannot be doing things like that. How could you sanction judges for making a ruling based on the law? But then we know why.
But look at this. The State Department had explained in this article that Bossa and Ibanez Carranza were sanctioned for authorizing an investigation into U.S. troops in Afghanistan in 2020 during his first term as president.
But did we say in the same things that these countries do not hold the personnel that they send to other people countries responsible? The same like the UN? So if they authorize an investigation, if you are doing the upright thing, who cares how much people investigate? The investigation, you should welcome the investigation because you know your troops are conducting themselves in a stellar way and going to countries and being example and model citizens, representatives of the US. So you should welcome investigation and cooperate with them because you know there is nothing to hide.
All right. Next, the second pair of judges, Mr. President, named in Thursday's sanctions, Alapini Gansau and Holler, were sanctioned for their actions against Israeli leaders, according to the U.S. State Department. In November 2024, those accusations spurred the ICC to issue arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who have both been accused of war crimes in Gaza, including intentional attacks on civilians. So Alapini, Gansau, and Hola reportedly took part in those proceedings, and that is why they are being sanctioned. Shortly after taking office, Trump issued a broad executive order threatening anyone who participates in ICC investigations with sanctions. Critics have warned that such sweeping language could pervert the course of justice, for example, by dissuading witnesses from coming forward with evidence. Don't laugh at us, OJ. Don't laugh. I mean,
Okay. The reason I'm laughing is this. I'm not laughing because
I'm trying to be serious here.
I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because in front of the last time I was there in DC, on top of the Supreme Court, it says equal, all are equal before the law. Yeah, that's what it says. All are equal before the law. So now you have a member of the executive branch sanction the international colleagues of this guy simply because they did what? They sanctioned or rightly and justly accused. The thing about even the first part is America is not in the dock. America is not in the dock. This is open and clear. The case was between South Africa, who brought Israel to the RCJ, I said the RCJ, the ICJ, and the ICC. So now that Israel was found to have committed or to be committing genocide, and Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant have been picked out as possible facilitators of a genocide. What are you doing as the American president sanctioning the What I don't get is this, and I'm going to speak it in a local pidgin. What thing concern you? You na Israeli, you know Israeli now, you be American. Abi, what is your problem? Abi, there's an old phrase in my place that surely you can't be mourning the death more than the chief mourner. Who are you that you're going to sanction? I mean, that the United States cannot, and I repeat, cannot walk back from that. I'm sorry. This guy is literally pooping on his hands and just smearing everywhere. That is what he's doing. Just smearing everywhere. It used to be the case that the United States would come to the UN and the ITC, everybody has known the ITC from day one, that the United States has not signed it. Why? Because if the United States signed it now, there will be at least 3 presidents that will be sitting in a dock in Hague. A couple of soldiers that will have been done under the Geneva, the Geneva Convention, the law of Geneva Convention and governing combat and what have you. But the fact that it's not even you're not a signatory to the court's process, right? And so the case is not about you at all. Again, I go back to my people. It no concern you. It's like me talking to a girl. And the girl says, oh yeah. And somebody posts their nose in it and say, yeah, why are you disturbing the girl? I'm not talking to you. Am I? What? I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's mind-boggling. This kind of tarnishing the last. I see. Okay, the president that left engineered the situation that we have in Gaza, right? So some form of restitution, yeah, that should be allowed to happen. Okay, I can guarantee you one thing. There's a chance that those guys will never stand trial, right? There is a huge chance that they will never stand trial. But the fact that they've been docked in itself is a historical event, which means no one is above the law. Yes, the law might not get to you, but no one is above the law. And here is where it gets tricky. On Wednesday, in the House of Parliament, a human rights lawyer who happens to be the Prime Minister of Britain, Keir Starmer, instructs the government lawyers to go into the High Court and to argue that what is going on in Gaza does not constitute a genocide. And he was asked to repeat it in Parliament. Guess what he did? He could not repeat it. He could not. The way the man asked the question, I asked this question a couple of months ago. Does the UK have a position on what is going on in Gaza? Does it constitute a genocide or not? And the Prime Minister says the UK has not made a position. So, based on what we've heard on Wednesday, are you now telling us the UK has determined that what is going on in Gaza is or is not a genocide? And he then said the reason why he asked that question, which is where things really get murky for everybody in the UK government, was that there is a law in the UK which says if you willfully or complicitly knowing that there is a genocide and you deny it, you will be dragged before the law. So the Foreign Secretary, the Prime Minister, the Minister for Justice, the Attorney General, have been put on notice. One final thing, still on this matter, the UK also has it that no one who holds a UK passport can go and commit war crimes and come back to the country without facing prosecutions. There is a list, there's a 75 list that's been handed to the Metropolitan Police by British lawyers who list Israeli citizens who are joint dual citizens between, who participated in the IDF. Not that they just participated, they're actually on YouTube wearing women lingerie, blowing up places, and doing all sorts of atrocities on camera. And they've returned to the UK. So things are about to get exciting. But again, I'll just end with this one. We think concern the United States with Israel. We think concern them now. Let the justice run its course. Simple.
Interesting, Adesoji. We leave that for people to ponder. And what we're doing here, folks, is we're hopefully a seed is planted, and you'll be intrigued or interested in doing a little digging on your own. Thank you, Adesoji. Stories out of North America, South Florida travelers. Oh, lies I be telling. Lies I be telling. Hold on, there is a video that I know I wanted to ask you about. I came across this on TikTok Adesoji. Please tell me if this is true. President of Botswana suspended all minerals exportation effective immediately, saying we will refine our own minerals. Is there any truth to that? I came across that this morning.
That's been an ongoing discussion. I don't know whether the final position has been made, but if there's a video out there, that will corroborate what was already a decision. And most of these African countries have decided, you know what, enough is enough. Unfortunately, here's the thing. They still don't have the technical know-how to exploit most of these resources. And so they'll still end up calling these people in, which is the sad part. Like, it's like you've been driving me for X amount of years. I think it's time I go behind the wheel myself.
Mm-hmm.
Aha. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you. I wanted to ask about that. All right. Stories out of North America, folks. First up, South Florida travelers are reacting to Trump's travel ban affecting Haitians, Cubans, and Venezuelans. This one courtesy of WSBN out of Miami.
While the feud plays out, the president's new travel ban is set to go into effect in just a few days, and it may have a far-reaching impact here in South Florida. The 9 Team's Joe Rotes on this. He's at Miami International Airport tonight. Joe?
And the Trump administration saying they are implementing this ban, citing national security risks, while critics of the policy say it has the potential to tear families apart. A reunion 12 years in the making, as Miriam here reunites with her family at Miami International Airport. Miriam's family fled from the communist regime in Cuba. Miriam, too emotional to speak, but her granddaughter, Leia Saldazar, tells us in Spanish,
she got approved for a 5-year visa, but they told me she was one of the last ones to get it.
It's a bittersweet moment for the Saldazar family. Like many others Thursday, they are now concerned after President Donald Trump announced a travel ban on a dozen countries, with 7 more facing partial travel restrictions. The countries of Cuba, Haiti, and Venezuela are all affected in some way.
Once the visa is over, I don't know if I will ever see her again. It's really tough on us.
We will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm.
The Trump administration citing national security risks as the reason for the ban. It partially restricts Cubans and Venezuelans who do not have a valid visa from coming into the country starting Monday, June 9th. Tourism, business, and student visas will be banned for those coming from there. Some members of Congress reacting to the restrictions. South Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez writing those restrictions are a direct result of the failed policies and the broken relationships with the oppressive regimes of Cuba's Diaz-Canel and Venezuela's Maduro. Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar adding, the United States cannot and will not continue to enable these criminal regimes.
I'm living in Miami. I'm from Cuba.
The policy already affecting some here in South Florida.
My wife is traveling today over there. I don't know what happened where he's come back in 3 days.
In Doral, at a local Venezuelan restaurant, El Arapazo, Sidney Alvaro, who is from Venezuela himself, claims this will further split families who left their country seeking political asylum.
I like Donald Trump. I think so he's doing wrong. Because you know, fix the problem, just isolate the people. You fix problems when you help people.
Like, it is what it is. I just think this is a process to follow.
Haitians, meanwhile, are under a full implementation of the ban. Nationals will not be allowed into the U.S. unless they qualify for an exemption.
We count on our families to visit us.
Immigration advocates critical of Trump's decision.
They are trying to stop people from certain countries to even get to the United States.
Okay, so the Trump administration saying this policy is set to go into effect on Monday, June 9th. They did this to allow for a few days for everything to really settle in, to avoid some of the chaos that erupted back when a similar ban was announced back in 2017. We're live at Miami International Airport. Joe Rotes, 7 News, 19.
Behave yourself, Adasoja. I will not play the soundtrack. No.
That was the perfect cue. The man said it. I love Donald Trump.
He said it. I love Donald Trump.
Exactly.
I love Donald Trump, but he's doing it wrong. I like Donald Trump. I think he's doing it wrong because you don't fix the problem. You just isolate the people. You fix the problem when you help the problem, when you help the people.
The story writes itself. It's like, Lady Ja, I'm only asking for what the man said.
Yeah, because
he said it right there.
I like a Donald Trump. I think he's doing wrong because you don't fix the problem. You just isolate the people. You fix the problem when you help the people. But he's still like Donald Trump. He knows that his family is going to suffer. But he don't care. He like a Donald Trump. He like what Donald Trump is doing. He over there in Doral. La próxima. Supreme Court rules on guns, reverse discrimination, and religious tax exemptions. This one comes to us courtesy of NPR.
Support for NPR and the following message come from Jarl and Pamela Moan, thanking the people who make public radio great every day and also those who listen.
Today was an opinion release day at the U.S. Supreme Court, and the justices issued several important decisions. They include rulings on guns, employment discrimination in a case brought by a straight person, and a tax exemption that was denied to a Catholic charity. For more, we're joined in studio by NPR Legal Affairs correspondent Nina Totenberg. Hi there.
Hi there, Juana.
So, Nina, give us your takeaway from the cases that were decided today.
Well, it's June, and the justices are now stepping on the gas as they move towards, hopefully anyway, ending the term on time at the end of this month. All of today's decisions were unanimous, proving that the court isn't always split, and proving, too, that liberals can and do rule for religion, for gun manufacturers, and for a straight woman claiming that she was discriminated against because of her straightness.
Okay, so let's start there with this discrimination case. Tell us what the court did.
This is what's classically called a reverse discrimination case involving an Ohio woman who claims that she didn't get a job and then was demoted because she's straight. And then her replacements both times were gay or lesbian. The Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals tossed her case out at an early stage because she didn't meet the higher bar that the appeals court required in discrimination cases involving members of a majority group. But today, the Supreme Court rejected that higher bar, and writing for the court, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson pointed to the text of the federal employment discrimination law. She said that by establishing the same protections for every individual, Congress left no room for courts to impose special requirements on majority group plaintiffs.
Okay, let's turn now to the gun lawsuit, which was brought by the government of Mexico against 7 American gun manufacturers for allegedly aiding and abetting an illegal invasion of guns from the U.S. into Mexico. What were the arguments?
Well, Justice Elena Kagan wrote the court's decision, deftly explaining the difference between the problem and the law. Mexico, as she pointed out, has a severe gun problem, which its government views as coming from north of the border. The country has only a single gun store and issues fewer than 50 gun permits a year, but gun traffickers can purchase firearms in the United States, often illegally and in bulk, and deliver them to drug cartels in Mexico, where they're used to kill, kidnap, and commit drug crimes. The Mexican government's lawsuit, which sought billions of dollars in damages, alleged that the U.S. gun manufacturers failed to exercise reasonable care to prevent this gun trafficking, which they knew was going on.
But then I understand that the court did not buy that argument. Why not?
As Kagan said in court today, the Mexican government might have a good theory, but for the fact that U.S. cities brought similar suits in the early 2000s, and Congress promptly passed a law shielding gun manufacturers from lawsuits stemming from the criminal use of a firearm by a third party. Now, the law does have an exception for cases in which a manufacturer or seller knowingly aids and abets criminal sales. And Mexico claims that's what U.S. manufacturers do, that they know who the bad apple dealers are and still do business with them to boost profits. But Kagan said Mexico's complaint does not plausibly allege the kind of conscious and culpable participation in another's wrongdoing needed to prove liability. We have little doubt, she said, that some of these sales take place, but the Mexican government has not sufficiently alleged that the gun makers not only participate in illegal gun sales, but also want them to happen, which she said is what the law requires.
We'll end with the Catholic Charities case. Tell us about it.
The court ruled that the state of Wisconsin violated the Constitution when it refused to give Catholic Charities the same exemption it gives to churches, exempting them from having to pay the state's unemployment tax. The state had maintained that the Catholic Charity did not qualify for the exemption because it's not a proselytizing entity. But writing for the court today, Justice Sonia Sotomayor said, quote, It's fundamental to our constitutional order that the government maintain neutrality between religion and religion. There may be hard calls to make in policing that rule, she acknowledged, but this is not one of them.
NPR's Nina Totenberg, thank you.
Thank you.
Live from NPR.
All right. Next up. Trump confirms China trip after very good call with Jinping.
Very good what?
According to BBC.com, you sure you didn't write this article? Adesoji, Donald Trump has said he will visit China after speaking to its leader, Jinping, over the phone. The U.S. president said he had reciprocated with an invite to the White House during the very good talk, though such a trip has not been confirmed by either side. Thursday's call is the first time the two leaders have spoken since Trump launched a trade war with Beijing in February. Chinese state media reported that the call happened at the White House's request. Oh, I'm glad y'all put that in there. It happened at the White House's request. He's trying to make friends. Oh, yeah. Because you know what? In our business and tech news segment brought to you by Grand Coffee House, from our farms to your cups, tariffs have prompted a record plunge in U.S. imports. This is also courtesy of BBC. Goods brought into the U.S. plunged by 20% in April, recording their largest ever monthly drop in the face of a wave of tariffs unleashed by U.S. President Donald Trump. I laugh. You know why the meeting? I'm not gonna tell you why the meeting. I'm not gonna tell you so this is the reason why the meeting. But I'm gonna tell you why the meeting. The people that man knock on him door and say, "Yo, brethren, my sales are gonna go down. And you know, so me get my goods from China. If my goods not coming from China, me not gonna have no money. You say you want to run again for your third term. The only way you're gonna run again is if me can support you by money, because you are gonna need the money for campaign with, right? So here what you do now. Fix this. Do what you have to do. Fix this." He got calls from corporate, from executives, from business owners. He got the calls. No can't tell me say not get the call. Because their bottom line is you see them love their money, you know. No ramp with their money, you know. You see them money, them not play about their money. Because you know how it is. So they make the call. And them say, oh, the money. Because that's what he hears. He speaks money. And if you can swindle swing the money in front of him, yeah, you get what you want. But he just wants the money. Keep the money coming. And the only way to keep the money coming is to ensure that there is the movement of goods. We have consumers who love consuming. We need the goods to appease them so that we can get the money so you can get your cut. That's all it is. So that's why he gonna meet with Jinping. Nothing else. Don't think he care about us, boo.
So he's traveling over there? Or
yeah, he gonna go over there. He gonna go.
He's gonna pay the emperor his visit.
I hope while he's there, he'll take a tour and recognize how advanced China is. He might be. His mouth might go from to that. I don't know. We'll see a different facial expression out of Soji.
I don't know. Has an American president been there before?
I don't know. We gotta look that one up. Interesting question.
Hold on.
I know you're the big researcher. Yeah, I don't know. But U.S. purchases, from major trade partners such as Canada and China fell to their lowest level since 2021 and 2020 respectively, and that we know is because of the pandemic. Tesla shares have plunged amid the bromance issues, wiping $152 billion off Elon Musk's company. This came out this morning, 7:47 a.m. Tesla's shares dropped by about 14.2% on Thursday at market close, wiping roughly $152 billion of the value of the company as a feud between Elon Musk and Donald Trump erupted into public view. The former political allies traded threats and insults through posts on their respective social media platforms throughout the afternoon as the company's price fell.
Oh, yes, he has been. Trump has been. Obama is the only one who visited 3 times, 2009, 2014, 2016. Who else? Oh, George Bush to rack up some air miles now, 3 times. So George Bush was 2001, 2002, and 2008. Clinton was once. 1998, George W. Bush once, Reagan once, Ford once, Nixon. Nixon was the first president to go. And so, Trump has been, he met with Xi Jinping in November of 2017. And the reason I asked the question is the security protocol, because I love to watch how that plays out. Because technically you can bring some weapons in. And so who's going to take security, all of that. I watch all of that. Just sort of see what's going on there.
Cheeky, aren't you? Look at what Ozzy put in the chat. The owls and the ats don't like him now. Oh, by the way, somebody put on TikTok. So if Musk didn't rig the election, why did he have the exact data for how the Senate split would have been 51-49 in favor of the Dems?
You guys are just troublemakers. Just let the guy be. He's already suffering as it is. I mean, he has to live with that accusation that he loved that island a lot more than he made out as the world, So
Another one on TikTok. So many Christians who are looking for a second coming of Jesus may be surprised to find out that Jesus showed up again and again and again and again, and they denied him food, housing assistance, medical care, incarcerated him, and deported him. But they did that all while singing praises to God the whole time. Ready for this one? Candace Owens put up a post on Twitter saying, putting a quote, "Trump is implicated alongside a pedophile, and I knew it, but didn't care because we were friends. Is not the flex you think it is."
Hold on. Who said that?
Let me send it to you on TikTok. I'm sending it to you right now. Candace Owens posted that on her
Okay. So she thinks that is a flex as a mother?
Is not the flex you think it is. And she did that reposting Elon Musk's time to drop the really big bomb at real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been public. So she reposts that, and at the top of it, she puts in quotations, "Trump is implicated alongside a pedophile, and I knew it, but didn't care because we were friends. It's not the flex you think it is." I think what she's saying is that Elon said that. I think that's what it is. I think she's saying Elon said that, but didn't care because we were friends, and she's trying to call him out and say, and say, okay, that's not a flex. I think that's what it is.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thanks for the clue.
Yeah. I think that's what's going on. All right, we have another one here. ICE invaded a child's birthday party, claiming it was a gang meeting. Federal immigration agents bust up a birthday party on grounds that it was a Tren de Aragua gathering. They still have no evidence for their claims.
How was the music though?
I'm sure. Thank you, Ja. I am sure that this was not in a predominantly Latin city. You know what I mean? Because that wouldn't happen here in Miami, I'm sure, because in Miami it's party all the time, I just love to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time.
So did they engage in beating the piñata?
So here's something I want us to listen to for a quick second. Just something a little motivational before we tap out. Oh, before I get to that, there is this video. How could I forget to play this video, which is very disheartening. Listen, take a listen.
I worked so hard for that title.
The greatest moment of 16-year-old Clara Adams' young career taken away from her because of a celebration. After winning the 400-meter event at the CIF State Championships with a time of 53.24 seconds, her dream of winning a state title went up in flames after celebrating using a fire extinguisher.
When she blew the fire extinguisher, the opponents were gone. That was our moment of celebration. And CIF officials made that about them.
The North Salinas High sophomore grabbed a fire extinguisher from her father and coach and extinguished her spikes. The CIF deemed her celebration unsportsmanlike, stripping her of her title. It's a celebration made famous by American sprint icon Maurice Green, who enjoyed her paying homage to him and thinks she should get her state title back.
People just started calling me, "Oh, this girl who just won the 400 redid your celebration." And I was like, huh? What? If it was away from everyone and not really interfering with anybody, I would say reinstate her.
There's a CIF rule saying you can't come over the wall, you can't be on the infield, which is a rule respected. But at this point, I saw an official grab my daughter by the arm. They were yelling in her face. When he grabbed her by the arm, I went over the wall at that point. I'm father now. I'm not coach anymore. I'm over the wall.
Now, the true fastest 400-meter runner in the state is back home without a medal.
Even if everything goes in my favor, in regards to like getting my title back, I'll still never get that moment back, like standing on the podium as a sophomore. I'll never get that back because they took it from me.
I worked so hard.
You know the little can of fire extinguisher spray, right?
I know the celebration. I know
I
the
sent you
celebration.
the video too. Yeah.
Yeah. I know the celebration, Maurice Green's celebration. I mean, again, you have to understand who runs all the authorities that govern your sports. Who does he pain the most when you see your small up and coming kids? The exemplar of excellence in those any moment that they can use. What is unsportsmanly about it? As long as the race is ended, everything else beyond the 400-meter mark is fair game.
She didn't spray it on anybody. She sprayed it on her feet.
On her spikes. On her spikes. And the last time I checked, spikes were not worn on the arms. They're not worn on the face. They're worn at the feet. So it's carbon monoxide and it dissipates because it's part of the atmosphere. Simple. But hey, we gotta be seen to be. I don't even know what to say, man.
They want us to be unseasoned in our celebrations. This is how we celebrate. Do they? And you see, this is why it's important to understand cultural differences. You want us to fit into your mold. We can't fit into your mold because we are not you. We're not bland. We're not boring. We live. We like to be able to celebrate freely. We're not destroying anything. There's no destruction of personal property, nor person, nothing. She sprayed the thing on her own feet. Off the track. The race done. The girl feel good. She accomplished. And you rob her of that because.
And then she pays homage to the person who ran before her, who showed what it felt like to win something. And she was inspired by that moment. She tried to recreate that moment. Oh God, that is just so sad. Some people are just sad, man.
So we have something motivational to listen to. Let's take a listen. Hold on, let me turn my volume back up.
You feel like you're overlooked. Whole time God is just hiding you. You feel like you're talented. You feel like you have the experience, that you put those 10,000 hours in, that you've been consistent. So why not me? Whole time God is just hiding you in the pruning stages. Hear me out. You have a set that God just throws out there. They're not ready or prepared, but he prunes them in the process, which means their wins are loud, but so are their losses. So publicly they get glory, but they also get humiliation, right? Because for everything there's good and bad. Then for you, overlooked, your wins may not be as loud, but your losses aren't either. What you have to deal with is waiting or perhaps feeling as if you're failing at this thing. But what if your talent is a conduit to your purpose? And what if the version of yourself that God needs you to be ready with the talent to make that impact, what if you're not there yet? What if he's hiding you so he can strip you of your ego, so he can get rid of that circle that's not serving you, so he can get rid of the limitations that you have on yourself or your self-sabotaging ways? What if he is waiting for the right season? What if the gifts that you have are groundbreaking? They will make an impact that the season has to be ready. When you're purpose driven, your talent is one thing, but your mindset and who you are will be the thing that drives it. And normally, you need wisdom for that. And wisdom takes experiences, and experiences takes time. Time. So while you are overlooked, you should be studying. You should be studying the ones that went ahead of you. Study how they win, study how they lose. So study what makes them win, what makes them lose. Study your craft, get great at it. How is your mental? How are you with your perspective? How are you when you win? How are you when you lose? Why are you doing this? Because normally you would then learn in the process of being pruned that none of this was for you anyways. Your gifts are not for you. They're for others. And most times you learn that's in the process. And that's all he's doing. So I hope that helps with unpacking certain things in your mind, right? And maybe you can enjoy the journey a little more. Go be great and change your perspective. You're not overlooked. God is just hiding you so he could do his big thing. Let him. Bye.
Words of wisdom. I hope that speaks to someone. We all have, I shouldn't say we all have, I'm sure many of us have felt. Yeah, that is her, Ozzy. That is her. Love her. Many of us have wrestled with ourselves. We had the conversation, we had a spirited conversation earlier today, right? And we were laughing and we needed the laughter. Lord knows we needed the laughter. But many a times we opt to do things that really are not for us because we're rushing. We don't understand God's timing. We waste a lot of time comparing ourselves with others, forgetting that life is not a sprint, it is a marathon. We forget that another person's journey is not ours. The day we stop looking over the fence is the day we start paying attention to ourselves. It's the day we'll be able to move forward. But many of us are stuck because we're busy watching what everybody else is doing, comparing ourselves to what they're doing, wasting time, not putting in the work on self-development. Go ahead and prepare yourselves. Get ready for that moment so that when your time comes for shine, you're ready. You're ready. But social media too, we have allowed ourselves to be distracted by social media and everything that we see there. And then here comes the joy of the thief of joy, comparison. And then we start to question ourselves. We overthink. And we keep overthinking things to our own demise. Okay, so what? Ja got to her destination before I did. Probably I'm not ready. There are some things I need to work on, probably possibly mentally, emotionally, spiritually, academically, intellectually. There are things I need to do. I probably need more experience. I need to hone my skills, advance myself. I'm just not ready. Or he is just not ready for you to be there. Or he even doesn't want you there because that's not the place or space for you. Those are not the people he wants you around. He doesn't want you there. But we're so adamant that we fail to understand, fail to recognize Come on, folks. Stop comparing yourselves. Stop rushing. Take your time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Build a solid foundation. Do you know that when a building is being constructed, the foundation is what takes up a lot of the time? You know that? They have to dig into the ground to lay the pipes, whatever it needs to be done. That has to be done. What is your foundation looking like? You have to make sure when the structure put up, it's solid. It can handle the wear and tear of everyday movement. If there's a tremor, it's not going to crumble. It will still stand. Are we reinforcing our foundations? Are we reinforcing ourselves, our minds? Are we shifting our attitudes? Are we taking the time to do the work? So that once you pour the cement and you allow it to sit, depending on the size of your foundation and your structure, for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, you allow it to sit there and cure. And then you start to put up the exterior walls. Are we doing the necessary work? Are we preparing ourselves? Are we even aware that maybe that's not where we're supposed to be? And not every room we have to inner. We don't have to around everybody. Thank you for sharing the live, Jessel. Everything is not for us, and we are not for everybody. We are not everybody's cup of tea. Stop trying to fit in to everything. Have a conversation with your maker. Have a conversation with God. Ask him his purpose for you. Discover your own talents, not somebody else's. Don't try to be somebody else. Oh, because Javette have the voice, me go try switch up my voice. Depends on the structure of the soldier. You know what, other soldier? Why am I feeding into your foolishness? Right? Because Javette have the voice. Javette's voice was given to her for a reason. But me I go sit down and beat up myself. Let me see how I can sound like Javette. No. You're unique. All right. Tap into you, folks. Tap into you. All right. That's my soapbox. What do you call it? TED whatever you call it. That is what it is for me for today. Right? Adesoji has the gift. Let me step for Adesoji. Mr. President has a gift. He's brilliant, coming up with ideas. He always has this insight. He sees things beyond what we see and what we can even dare to dream. And it just rolls off of his tongue. That's his gift. That's not mine. I'm not going to try to be like him. Right, folks? Tap into you and your purpose. All right? Ja! What's on the agenda for the rest of what you know? Hold on there. What does you have on your head, Ja? I can't hear you. We're not hearing you.
I'm still under the dryer. I'm drying my locks.
Oh, yeah, huh?
No, I'm at the hairdresser.
So you're
So
watching
y'all didn't believe me when I was washing my locks this morning. Y'all thought I was watching something else, huh?
Two things can be true.
I'm in the salon.
Okay, so you're going to get a retwist and all of that.
Yeah, all that's done. I'm drying it now.
And then after that, and after that, what's next?
I'm taking myself to lunch. I haven't decided where yet.
Okay. Just gonna have a wonderful day.
Yeah, for now. I may meet up with people later. Haven't decided yet.
Well, it's your day.
Oh,
Do
I'm
what-
going to do a pedicure. I'm going to get a pedicure before the day ends too.
Ada Soji, you hear that? It's gonna get a pedicure.
Toe in coffee on OF. Toe in coffee.
By the way, a certain individual is showing off on us. Check her check Dr. Leslie's stories. She's showing off on us, you know. She's enjoying herself over there in Paris.
Okay.
Yeah, she's showing off on us.
Tell myself hello. Thank you, Dr. Keisha.
So what you doing tomorrow? I'm not fast not job business because it's her birthday weekend.
Tomorrow there's a Caribbean festival in Missouri City. So the Antigua and Barbuda Association is going to network. That's the beginning of the day. I don't know what I'm going to do at the end of the day yet.
Well, whatever you do, I want you to have fun, live it up.
I plan to. I thought my hair would be done so y'all can see the full thing because I have on red. I decided to put on a red dress today.
Ooh, lady in red. I saw a song.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep. But thank everybody for the birthday wishes.
I had your song this morning.
You want to play it on the way out?
Let me think about it.
F-A-B.
Take your time and feel them out. It's a good boy. Not let him lay with you. We get it going. I'll show you how to. Take your time and feel them out. It's a good boy. Why not let him lay with you? We get it going. Get up slow, around, get up. I'm gonna show you how to make it mad. Get up slow, around, get up. I'm gonna show you how to make it mad. Get involved, growing cold. It's just a thing of love, growing old. Thinking of leaving with you, it's late at night, coming home. Meet him at the door with nothing new. Take him by the hair, let him know it's wrong. If you understand me, show you how to make it. I'll show you how to make it. Ooh, I'll show you how to make it.
Well, folks, we will be back with you Monday morning, God willing. Want to wish everyone a wonderful weekend.
Look at me, baby.
Guess what? I'm in problems. You know what? I forgot to shut down YouTube. Hold on. I'm gonna get flagged. Hold on, sorry. YouTube, I'm so sorry. I totally forgot. Thank you, AT. Totally forgot. Oh, I need an engineer. I need an engineer. I need a studio engineer. Just juggling internet, radio, YouTube, TikTok, all these things too much. AT, thank you. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. You and everybody else here on YouTube watching. Thank you so much for coming through. We'll be back with you Monday morning, God willing, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.